Probably help if I had my headphones connected. Are you perhaps reacting to it without sharing it? No, I was just late. Did you set the start to the wrong hour? No, I was gonna do it at 6, Tef, but food wasn't ready, and I'm starving, and I still haven't eaten, so I have food with me. I will probably be eating as we watch, especially because it's a long video. Yeah, I was hoping food was gonna be sooner. Music too loud? Hold on. I'll fix that. Is that better? That levels look better. No, I was waiting for food to be ready, but it wasn't ready in time, so I was waiting. Good evening, Night. Won't be able to sit through most of this since I'm very tired, but we'll see how long this lasts. Okay, thank you, though, Melon. Just a second. I'm so cooked because I have not streamed like this in a while. That's a little too low. That's probably about as close as I get. Okay. Hello. This lighting's awful. Can I actually get this hooked up? Working? Might be too bright though. Where's this go? Oh, that is dusty. Holy shit. Okay. Also, why are my headphones not connecting? I see we get to see your face more often. Yeah. You're getting wrecked by Elliot, Aiden? Hello, Coma. Elliot, good? Yeah, I didn't pick it up yet. I'm gonna. I know, I'm really behind. We'll talk about that in a minute. See Gloria? Yeah. She won't sit. She eepy. Connect! Oh my god. Everything is disorganized mess. Okay, there. Now I can actually give music myself too. My god. That should be better. Okay. Now, let's try turning this on. Is there like a lighter setting that's not like blinding? Can I do this? And it's like... That's a little better. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a little Gloria. Just sitting still? Sit still. Sit still! I'm not in control. Jesus, take the wheel. Okay, I think that worked. Gloria's there. Good. No! Dan. Alright. That's good. She'll stay there. She better. I'll be like cats until I got like 48 game overs in this one fight. Oh my goodness. Music loud again? Yeah, sorry. I have not worked with the settings in a while. Turn this down a little. Okay, how's that, everybody? How's that for volume? I gotta pop the fucking chat out so I can like read it while I actually change things. Also, I noticed that it's like way busier. Hi, everybody. I'm still not winning. I'm pausing to watch you stream. Oh, well, thank you. Time for Gloria to eat. Gloria did. Said sip my drink when she fell and I was... Gloria went exploring. Okay. Hello, everybody. How are we doing tonight? It's Friday night. Starting an hour earlier. because this is a long video. First, let's talk channel. I know I haven't made a scripted video in almost 3 months. The movie reviews of Obsession and Backrooms, that's just me yapping when I get out of the theater. TLDR, head no good. But I've been feeling better lately, and I want to start actually working on videos again. So yeah, hopefully there'll be some new stuff coming. I'm going to be trying to focus on the Expedition 33 review for the millionth time. I want to get that done. Like, everything is recorded and all that. I just have to finish editing some audio, and then it's putting the video together. So it's more or less, like, in the final stages. I got to do Elliot stuff. I should pick that up and play it. I got the Final Fantasy 16 to maybe finish or drop. I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. I'm kind of so on that because I haven't felt any compulsion to play it. Heatwave in Europe? Oh, I'm so sorry. 1000 Exorcist Review Part 2. That'll be next year when they release Prove You're Human. I'm very excited to play that. But I've also been playing a lot of Destiny 2 lately since the end of service announcement for that. Or the end of development, I suppose, because like the game's still on. You can still play it, but yeah. Okay, so let's actually get to the purpose of tonight's stream. So a couple days ago on the subreddit, I saw this video get talked about in a post. Second, just making sure there's no crap YouTube ad playing over the music. 2000 Exorcist, trust. Music, please. Okay. Fitting song. So a couple days ago on the subreddit, there was a post made, a pretty long one, about a recent YouTube video made about Bravely Default 2. And it was talking about how I just kind of skimmed it. I didn't read it too much because I was like, I'm going to come back to this later myself. But I remembered seeing it say stuff along the lines of, in the subreddit, yeah. Things along the lines of, like, it's poor reviews like this that, that color Bravely Default 2 in a bad light. I've made countless videos at this point. I've talked about it over and over. The discussion about Bravely Default 2 has been beaten to death with a hammer and then some, over and over and over again. If you like Bravely Default 2, that's fine. I like it too. If you hate Bravely Default 2, if you think it ran over your mother and your cat and your daughter and your favorite Magnolia Arch Funko Pop, that's fine too. I don't mind that. As long as your reasons for it are, like, reasonable. As long as your reasons for why you like or dislike something make sense, that's fine. Ultimately, you can still like or dislike it even for stupid or silly or crazy reasons that I won't understand because you have free will. But I wanted to look at this because it's an hour and a half. It's a long video, and I want to just give my pure, unfiltered thoughts as we go through it. So, we swap over to this. See if this swaps over. Yes, thank you, OBS, for not doing what I want. Deactivate on that. There we go. Okay. So this is by Acoustic Harmonia. I'm going to make this very explicitly clear right now. If I catch a single person from this chat, from my Discord, from anyone in my community, going and harassing this person in the comments afterwards, you can leave your own comment if you watch the video and come to your own conclusions. That's fine. If I catch any of you harassing this creator, and I know you guys are pretty good for it, but if you not good for harassing, you guys are pretty well behaved. If I catch any of you doing it though, you will be perma-banned. Period. I will not tolerate that. I don't want to be sending hate this person's way. I don't want to be sending any problems this person's way. I just want to give my thoughts because I've been doing Bravely videos for 10 years and I want to see what this person has to say because somebody's coming into the fold. That's it. Do not fucking harass the person. All right. So we're just going to watch through it. I'll pause it and talk when I find something that I want to talk about. It's going to take at least an hour and a half, so we'll see where this goes. Just let me know. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit more, just so that it's very clear what the person's saying. I'm going to see where your head's blocking the subtitles. Are there subtitles for chat to read?
So back when I first...
No. Okay. There are not. Unfortunately, we are going to have to go into this raw with just audio, so I will turn this up a little bit more for you guys. Telling the creator they're short. No. Alright.
So back when I first beat Bravely Default 2, I figured it was a game that I really wanted to make a video essay on. And so I started writing out a script for my Bravely Default 2 video essay. I never saw it all the way through though. I never actually made it into a proper video because I never really had the time. But now that I'm trying this new video format of just commentary podcast style.
It's just not... It's the... Yeah, we'll keep the
gameplay footage in the background. Let's use this as the low time cost way to talk about more games. I figured, you know what? Let's go ahead and revisit that Bravely Default 2 script. And even though I've rambled about this game many times over the years and my discontentment with it, I figured, let's make a dedicated video on this. And I can use my Bravely Default 2 video essay script that was written shortly after I beat the game and my thoughts were a lot more recent. So that's exactly what we're doing here. So let's check out what I wrote 5 years ago here. It's December 2019 and Square Enix announces the next title in the Bravely series, with Bravely Default 2 coming to the Switch sometime in 2020. To get player feedback, they initially released a demo in March of 2020, and then a second demo in December 2020 after the release date had to be pushed back to 2021.
Am I mistaken that the second demo came out in October? Because I feel like it came out on my birthday? It's a nothing burger. I feel like it was in October, but I could be completely wrong. Hell, he probably actually researched it.
Due to player feedback of the demos and the pandemic across the world. It was then finally on February 26, 2021 that the full game released. Now, I'm somebody who was already a fan of Bravely Default and Bravely Second, and while I was pretty hyped at the initial announcement, the two demos left myself...
I only think I remember it because I remember the... Impressed... People know that. The reason I remember is because it was around my birthday. That's why it stands out in my memory.
And several others worried.
I remember the release date for BD2 because it's 2 days after the day for Octopath 2. So...
about how somebody who was already a fan of Bravely Default and Bravely Second, and while I was pretty hyped at the initial announcement, the two demos left myself and several others worried about how the release of the game may turn out. And now, having beaten the game, I certainly have some strong feelings about it. And all in all, I'm just kinda in a weird slum about how I feel about this game. Breaking character from my script from 5 years ago for a second. Yeah, I'm no longer conflicted about how I feel with this game. I feel pretty clear-cut nowadays. Anyway. But how did this happen anyway? Why would somebody like me, who mostly loves Bravely Default and Second, develop such a mixed bag of views on this game? In today's video essay, we'll be exploring Bravely Default 2. This will include spoilers for Bravely Default 2, as well as Bravely Default and Bravely Second. Everything in this video is my own opinion, and if your opinion is different from mine, that's perfectly fine. So with that, let's hop in. We're starting out with the gameplay. The Bravely series has always prided itself on two big things that helped it stand out as a turn-based RPG. The first is the job system, being able to customize your entire party with unique main jobs, sub-jobs, abilities, making your party truly your own. It's all about making your own strategies and finding your own solutions. And the second thing that made it stand out is the system of braving and defaulting. Braving to use multiple actions in one turn, potentially leaving yourself open if you use extra turns early, and defaulting to store extra actions for later to be able to spend without leaving yourself open. Essentially, each turn, you can have it be multiple turns at once for that character. It's just, if you defaulted to save up those turns, then you can spend them without having to worry about leaving yourself open. If you don't have any turns saved up and you spend like 4 turns in a row, well, now this
I know that this is basic Bravely knowledge for all of us. I want to sit through it just in case something comes up, so I don't want to miss anything, even though we all know this as Bravely fans. This is basic knowledge. So I just want to stay here and make sure that we cover all our bases. I don't want to be skipping.
this character is going to be sitting around unable to do anything for their next several turns because you spent them in advance. It can make for a very fascinating premise of gameplay throughout the Bravely series. When it comes to the gameplay of Bravely Default 2 specifically, though, there's a lot to criticize. After the release of the first demo, the developers received about 22,000 survey responses to what people thought about their game. Easily the biggest complaint from the player base was the game was too hard. People were having their parties wiped from random encounter battles, and had no chance against the boss unless they really grinded. Knowing that lowering the difficulty was the next plausible course of action, naturally, the developers decided to add enemy counters before the next demo.
Okay. This, I'm gonna say this. This is, I don't know how many times if I've said this yet. And this is my toxic take about the BD2 demos. Reading issue. Literacy issue. Literacy diff. Everybody that complained about the difficulty of the first demo, literacy diff. They literally said in the opening of the demo that the demo was made harder than the intended release of the game. And everybody still complained that it was too hard. I get that, like, you had a hard time playing the demo. I understand that. Read! Stop skipping menus! Read! They said in the fucking demo it was going to be harder than it was designed in the base game because they want to give you more... They want to push you a little more. It's the same way that, like, older Final Fantasies have artificial difficulty in them to extend playtime because you're buying it once and going on, right? There was a fucking window that said this is going to be harder than the base game. They really want to test the combat. Exactly. I got destroyed and liked it. And, like, that might be something that Aiden and I both, I like that. I like coming out, like, just by the skin of my teeth. Some people might not enjoy that, and that's fine. But every single fucking time I hear people complain about the demo being too hard, they literally warned you going into the demo. So if you didn't read that, that's your own fault for not paying attention to that. But I can understand. Legit, the difficulty is hard because it's designed so you use the passives and all the abilities. That too, yeah. Yeah, it's literally like, here's the most limited set we can give you as like an early demo, and then we're going to crank it up just to like really push you and see like what is like the player limit of being able to beat bosses with this. Remember Nightmare? I didn't even beat the first demo Nightmare. That shit was fucking hard. You had to sit there and you had to grind out your Beastmaster, and you had to skip every cutscene in order to make it within the 7 hours time limit of the demo. Counters is the first criticism. I'm not surprised. It's not surprising in the slightest that counters is the first thing to come up. It is an extremely controversial addition to the game. But we're going to hear what they have to say.
If you do something against an enemy who has a counter for that something, you immediately get punished for doing that something. And these somethings aren't like niche things you'd barely do and be able to just easily avoid. These somethings are things like hitting the enemy. Oh, you damage the boss like you need to win? How about your entire party just gets hit in return?
You just alt F4 the menu? Okay.
Retaliation. How dare you think you could damage the boss? And then once again, avoid. These somethings are things like hitting the enemy. Oh, you damage the boss like you need to win? How about your entire party just gets hit in retaliation? How dare you think you could... How about your entire party just gets hit? You damage the boss like you need to win? How about your entire party just gets hit in retaliation? How dare you think you could damage the boss?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever, like, reset the game to get back to it faster.
And then, once again, people...
When the battle goes south, well, he looked like he was approaching the end of the Anyhow, fight possibly. So
Complained the game was too hard and counters were stupid.
I remember one. Sorry, I wasn't
And
listening.
these
I was too busy.
counters before the next demo. If you do something against an enemy who has a counter for that something, you immediately get punished for doing that something. And these somethings aren't like niche things you'd barely do and be able to just easily avoid. These somethings are things like hitting the enemy. Oh, you damage the boss like you need to win? How about your entire party just gets hit in retaliation? How dare you think you could damage the boss? And then, once again, people complained the game was too hard and counters were stupid. So, naturally, for the full release, they included even more kinds of counters. Oh, you revived a fallen ally with a phoenix down? How about you just get one shot now because item counter? How dare you revive allies?
Does anyone know who has item counter? I feel like there is a boss that has it, but does anyone remember what boss has item counter? I do want to give context, though. I think the problem I have generally with the counter argument is that counters, as I remember, not guaranteed. Yeah, they don't proc all the time. It is... Aiden knows? You have a list? Okay, thank you. If you can pull that up, that'd be greatly appreciated. Here's my problem with the anti-counter argument for BD2. A lot of the time when I hear people complain about it, they don't complain. I'm being a pedant. I'm being such a fucking pedant. They complain about it poorly. What I mean by that is when they complain about counters, they just use the blanket statement of it fucking sucks and they counter everything you do. Horton does it? Interesting. There are 3 counter items in the game if I didn't miss any. Okay. Interesting. They use the blanket argument of, or just complaint of, everything counters, everything gets countered, you're always getting hit by it just for hitting the enemy, and it sucks. I can understand it being frustrating if you don't like the system, but it isn't how it works, and you need to put it into context. Anyhow here, for example, I think has one counter that she probably shouldn't have. I don't think that the last 25% should have counter any for her, because at that point she has that super hard-hitting party-wide, and the last 25% of her health bar becomes a DPS check, and it's rough at that point in the game. I'm not a big fan of that section. I don't think counter any should have appeared until maybe chapter 2 or 3. I think that's way too early for that to happen. But that only happens during the last 25% of her HP. She doesn't have that ability for the entire fight. And the same argument I think can be made for a number of these, is that like they have specific counters unique to their boss fights. It's not like every single boss will literally counterattack to getting hit. The other thing I want to say is that like, where was all this bitching and moaning when Kamizumi was in the Luxendark games? That was these entire shtick. I guess that might be a bit more of a false argument for me, because Kamizumi is one fight, and BD2 is the entire game in that case. So if you don't like the counter system, at least it was just a one gimmick fight in the Luxendark games, whereas it was, you know, prevalent in BD2. So I can understand it there, but I don't remember people complaining nearly as much about Kamizumi. That could just be me though. That is purely anecdotal. But I feel like people, it's not that their dislike of counters is wrong, but they tend to blow it up to, when they complain about it, to like these gargantuan proportions, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't think it's in bad faith. Definitely not. But when you're trying to describe it to somebody, you're saying it as though it's a constant problem when there are ways to get around it. Azura, Horton, and the NN. Okay, yeah. You can expect the next game to not have as many counters as BD2. I imagine they'll... I like the counters. I like counters, and I'm going to talk about later why I like the counters, probably. I presume because Kamizumi shuts down when he goes below BP and you can smack him safely. Yes, He doesn't. I mean, Kamizumi's only gimmick is countering. Exactly, right? That's what I was saying earlier, is that, like, he is the only boss where countering is the mechanic for the most part, so people probably weren't as annoyed for ones that don't like counters. But, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Healed your party? White magic counter. Get punished for so much as thinking you could have the privilege of healing your allies. Defaulted to increase BP? Default counter. Get punished for trying to put yourself in a better position. If counters punish some niche thing you don't need to rely on, they wouldn't be so big a deal. But because they
then what's the fucking point of having a counter? What's the point? No, I'm sorry, that's the first one that's actually set me off. What's the point then? What is the point of the boss just sitting there and getting beat on? Is it pizza? It is. What's the point of the boss just sitting there getting beat on if they just have, oh, if you specifically use Phoenix Flight, or you do over 6,000 damage in a single hit, then I do a thing. What's the point then? Just having niche triggers so the boss can just sit there and you go tip for tap back and forth. That was the change up for the gameplay loop in this. The point is that the boss can hit you back during your turn. Did you bring enough pizza to share with the chat? Absolutely not. That one, I don't like that.
punish you for doing your basic actions like damaging the boss, reviving or healing allies, or even defaulting. You just get stuck in this mad loop of knowing what you need to do to win, but feeling like you just can't because you're going to get hard punished for playing the game.
Okay, but not all those things happen on every single fight, except for ones where they have counter any, and those are usually towards the end game. Like the Knight's Nexus, the whole point of the final boss is supposed to be fucking difficult. Yeah, the final boss should have some counters, I think. As much as I, like, sit there and moan and groan when I get to the final phase of the Knight's Nexus, it makes sense for the final boss to have those kinds of counters. I'm sorry. When you look at the actual list of counters from the guidebook, it's not actually as bad as you think. Yeah, it's like every boss has like 2 counters at most, isn't it? I think most people are mad at counters because they don't want to analyze every fight. Default counter is to then encourage BP gain through other means. Exactly. Or it's for either get BP through other means, or you have to play slow. Those are your 2 options. And I want to talk about a fight later on that I think would be a good example of why I like the system.
There were bosses I just felt like I couldn't attack at all unless my whole party was at full health, because if I tried, I'd risk having my party wiped due to counters that will just randomly happen because you use a basic game mechanic. Once you get a decent ways into the
I can understand that, like, you feel like any of your baseline things could trigger something, but after a while, you start to... It sounds like a skill issue a bit. Counter any ability is Story Anyhow, Story Dominic, Super Boss, and Halls. Doesn't NN have it as well? The Knight's Nexus. My issue with counters is largely the late game fights, like the Tribulation Portal fights are literally basically unilaterally a mess. They are, but they're meant to be the super boss fights because their fucking weapons give you every passive from that job. And like that's a good reward for that kind of challenge. They're not meant to be like mandatory story fights. If you beat the fight, you get access to your legendary skills. Okay, yeah. It's still a buff. You can beat the game without doing a legendary portal. That's my thing with it, is like I don't mind that difficulty because they are not mandatory to beating the game. That where it's something like Anyhow again, where I complained that her last 25% has a party-wide attack and she can counter any ability. I don't like that combo that early in the game. That is a little too strong in that sense. It's also something most people don't know is that counter any ability doesn't counter if you use the job abilities of the hall you're fighting, which is random but neat, I guess. Interesting. That is really weird. I never knew that. Huh. But yeah, like that's kind of the point, is the boss is denying you access to one of your types of mechanics that you can use. You have to play around it. And I'm going to get into that again in a bit. Let's just keep
the
going.
game. There is a skill you can unlock that allows you to dodge counters. But by doing that, you're essentially limiting yourself to 4 skill slots instead of 5 by equipping a skill that gives you the express privilege of not having to deal with getting randomly punished for playing a turn-based RPG the way any rational human would.
Yeah, that's custom privilege. That's what you're getting. You get to ignore the annoying bullshit of counters for the cost of 1 slot per person. You don't get to pierce magic defense without spending 3 magic slots on pierce magic defense. This feels like I want the game to be different in design, not the game is bad necessarily. It doesn't tell you it's trial and error. That's not surprising there. BD2 has a bit of a problem with not it's weird because the analyze will give you a lot of information, and then there's also some it just doesn't. It's weird. And other things too. Flashback of Table saying counter savvy was overrated earlier today. You don't need counter savvy. It's good, but I'm middle of the road with it. I like it, but you definitely don't need it. You can play really well without it. Also depends when the counter triggers, like either counterattack buff or more PP.
Sometimes counters will also inflict certain things on your party, such as a party-wide silence. If the boss can inflict something like this you just can't deal with, your options are pretty much either grind until you can brute force your way through, or go find and equip whatever accessory that directly nullifies whatever the thing you can't deal with is.
Or you bring items to deal with that, because the boss that's doing that shit, there's no... I could be talking up my ass here. I don't think there's a boss that's doing party-wide silence and then also disabling your ability to use items. You can deal with silence, though. Exactly. This is like... I don't want to say it yet, because we're only 6 minutes into this hour and a half. This is kind of crying. It's kind of crying. A bit. Oh, boo-hoo, you got fucking silence. Deal with it. Status effects. It's like a core component of games. And this game is the first one in the Bravely series where you can reliably inflict status effects. Like, really reliably. Default... not a chance. Second, I don't even remember if you can or not. I don't think it was very common, though, in that game either.
Some people had told me with bosses I'd struggled with that I just need to learn to strategize better by finding and equipping the item that directly nullifies the things I struggled with. But here's the thing. That's not really strategizing. In series past, if you had a pretty solid team setup going in your own way with the customizable jobs, you could probably find some way to beat whatever boss using your own unique setup. Your creativity was rewarded, and while some builds would be easier against certain bosses than others, because obviously, you typically wouldn't be unable to beat a certain boss just because you weren't using certain builds or accessories, even if it meant you had to play around certain things more. Whereas in Bravely Default 2, it says, oh, you're not doing X specific thing to counter just this boss specifically? Guess you die!
But you could make that argument about BD1 as well. Like, if you don't bring Star Pendant to... I think it's Star Pendant? To nullify poison on, like, Victoria or Aerie, even. Sad that creativity is not rewarded in BD2. Isn't using your own team to get past the mechanic of the boss brute forcing it, though? In the original games, I would not say that necessarily. It depends to what extent. If you're playing something like Ninja Valkyrie, which is a team comp I avoid using because it's boring as fuck and literally ignores everything about a fight, yes. If you're engaging with the boss fight and you're strategizing around it, like, for example, I would say that using Dark Knight absorb magic with Hasten World from Time Mage, I think that is strategizing around Aerie. It's cheesy, but you're strategizing because it's a specific strategy that works on Aerie. You're getting a BP every turn, so you can absorb magic once and then hit her. Then because she gets 1 BP, her AI automatically does Acedia Zeta Flare every single time. The Acedia doesn't matter. The Zeta Flare hits you, you absorb the magic, and you get SP back. That is specifically planning around her mechanics. Even if it is abuse of a form, it is playing around it. When you do something like Ninja Valkyrie, the entire thing just ignores anything any fight ever throws at you because it does the exact same strategy every single time. Ghost Mage is the same way. I don't like Ghost Mage because you literally just, you cast fucking Meteor Rain, Meteor, and then 8 more meteors across your party, and you have 1 tank. And you do that strategy on every single fight, and it always wins. It's generally why I don't like those kind of ones. And it's why I enjoyed my playthrough of BD2, because I had to swap jobs a lot more. Yes, I do tend to sit on Dark Knight Monk. It's just because I like that combo. I like that combo a lot. I just like those kits. And I can understand wanting to build a team like that, where you just use your favorite Blorbos in their favorite outfits. That is what the Lux and Dark games afforded you. BD2's the job experimentation in the Lux and Dark games. These are 2 different types of creativity, I realized. He's not getting a team set up and using it regardless of the boss. Exactly. Bravely Second had a boss that required a magic job. Exactly. Amphis Bana, I think, right? Amphis Bana required you to have magic damage and physical damage. But you can just take Wizard in. Whatever. Not experimenting the jobs. Exactly. Job experimentation in the Lux and Dark games and BD2 are for different reasons. And one of the things that I've kind of come to realize is, as like a possible reason why people don't like BD2's combat, Lux and Dark games said, here's a job customization system, build the team you want. BD2 is saying, here's a job customization system, we want you to experiment and find your way around bosses. That's the difference. It's not necessarily you get to build your favorite team, unless you build something that destroys everything, like Reflect Arcanist, but even that doesn't get through everything in BD2 super well. You need to go into different things to try and build your way up to, you need to try different things to get past the obstacles, is the difference with BD2. It's much more interested in trying to make you use different jobs to get past counters. And I think it's just a different approach to the game that some people just don't enjoy. And again, that's fine. But I don't think that makes it objectively bad game design. It's just different game design that you don't happen to necessarily like. Snackway, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. You don't have to do that. I appreciate that. Thank you. If anything, BD2 having bosses have weaknesses and restrictions make you pick up any new job to see how they adapt. Exactly. Is that a bot? Oh, never mind. I guess the alerts still work. I can see the frustration of BD2 if the kind of player would rather win every fight on the first encounter. That's another thing, and I think we'll talk about that later, is not wanting to lose or have to the idea of not wanting to get good at something. Thanks, Bob, for the 5. Like, you'll notice how each new boss has a weakness or isn't hindered by the boss you got beforehand. Yeah.
Putting on an accessory to nullify some annoying effect that boss specifically has, or completely changing your party setup to do magical damage instead of physical if they have physical counter, for example. This isn't really strategizing.
That's literally what it is! Oh. I'm gonna crash out. We're 7 minutes into this video, I'm gonna crash out. Oh my god, that's literally strategizing. That's quite lit. Yes, it is. That, like, I don't know. It's not free customization. It is quite literally strategizing. You are not being allowed to just walk into a fight with 4 freelancers with black magic strapped under their belts and able to kill whatever you want. You have to strategize around the boss fight that you're entering by equipping certain jobs, certain items. That's literally strategizing. That it's a difference of how they want you to approach the game. That's what it is. fundamentally. And again, you cannot like this game. That's fine. You might not enjoy this particular approach where the game is actively, I would say actively encouraging you to try these new jobs out because they are going to help you in the fights ahead. I'm just going to get to the rant I was going to do. Foley, I think, is one of the best bosses in the game. It is extremely difficult. She has some very annoying counters, like she has both counter black mage and white mage, right? No, she has the white magic. I'm pretty sure the wall counters black magic. Luckily for you, you just unlocked red mage in chapter 2. So now you have this new tool that you have to use. I think of it similarly to, and this is going to be a weird comparison for a second, but who here has played Plants vs. Zombies? I recently replayed through the whole game. Loved it. Plants vs. Zombies has an exactly similar system to the way BD2 works. The plants you get as you progress through each level are meant to help you on the next night within that section of the game. So you start off in the day plant, you get your normal plants. You go to nighttime, okay, now you have fog, you have to start introducing nighttime plants because the daytime ones are sleeping or whatnot, right? Or other way around. And there's less sunshine, that's it. So you have to start introducing nighttime plants that are cheaper and shittier, but you have to incorporate them into your arsenal. Then you get to the pool level and you start getting lily pads and you have to be able to place those down. And you get ones that can go wider and cover multiple lanes, like the 3-peater, so that you can actually make sure you cover all 6 lanes. Then you have nighttime pool, and that adds more stuff, so you have to be able to bounce the pool aspects of that. Then you get to the rooftop, and the rooftop has a slanted roof, so your pea shooters can't shoot unless you're on the flat surface area. You have to use the catapults that they give you. They're giving you the tools to succeed, and if you keep using a fucking pea shooter that's punching the side of the house, that's your fault at that point. The game is trying to push you to try the new stuff. And there are ways that you can use the stuff that you want to, like pushing up to the front row and shooting pea shooters across the front, even though they're going to be right on the front line. Maybe watch a bit more. Yeah, I just wanted to offer my thoughts there because this is something I've been thinking about for a while.
It's essentially the equivalent of one of those children's block games that teaches toddlers about shapes, where you need to fit a certain shape into a specific hole, where there's basically just one intended answer, and attempts at being creative and experimenting are punished. If somebody tells me they beat a certain boss because they equipped the one item that directly counters some BS they had, I'm not going to say, wow, that's such a crazy strategy. I wish I had thought of that. I'm going to say, I basically needed to do that to win without grinding. That's...
Has he played FF4 where there's a dungeon that you can't wear any metal items, and that's the gimmick of the dungeon, is you have to reduce yourself to using shitty wooden equipment because there's a metal master at the bottom that insta-kills you if you have any metal equipment equipped? I don't know. Now we're being reductive.
Annoying. Same deal for the bangle accessories, especially early on. These are items that dramatically increase your HP.
Yeah,
I would consistently get shredded by bosses if I didn't have these bangles, to the point that I needed at least one on everybody if I didn't want them to be thinner than a piece of paper.
Okay, I'm curious what's going on there that you're getting destroyed by not having a bangle on everyone. Bangles are good. Bangles are great early game items. I love them. I always get them, especially for your monks. Your monks and your white mages get bangles on them because increase the survivability of your white mage, and your monk's going to use that HP.
One more thing you have to deal with is enemy resistances.
Yeah.
Now, enemies resisting certain elements or types of attacks in turn-based RPGs isn't exactly anything new.
Yeah.
But the thing about Bravely Default 2 is sometimes resistance means 0 damage. And not even to niche things like certain magical elements. Literally full-on weapons. You try to use a sword against this enemy? Well, guess you're doing 0 damage now.
Yeah. What the fuck is this? Why are we complaining about weapon weaknesses? That's one of the coolest things, is that you gotta work around the weapons. That's interesting, because every job is good in a couple weapons. Only one enemy in the game is immune to weapons. It's its gimmick. Literally that, yeah. Well, there's sorry, there's one enemy that's weak, immune to all weapons, but some enemies do have like 1 or 2 weapon immunities or resist. Anyway, not even niche things like elements.
Default too is sometimes resistance means 0 damage. And
Yeah, it's
not
called an
even to
immunity.
niche things like certain magical elements.
Yeah, that's weird
Literally
to say that.
full-on
Okay,
weapons.
I caught that now.
You try to use a sword against this enemy? Well, guess you're doing 0 damage now. Remember how I mentioned in series past, no matter what setup you are running, as long as it's something...
Hey, Andres, remember? Andres has got it. That's exactly how I beat that thing, because I use Bare Knuckle Brawler Monk, as I always espouse. Love Bare Knuckle Brawler. You just beat the piss out of him with your fists, because you don't need a weapon.
You were confident in, you could probably find some solution and workaround to defeating each boss with that setup using your own imagination. It might be an uphill battle because of certain resistances or whatnot, but never really impossible. In Bravely Default 2, however, if you're using a specific setup, you can just have everything you've grown accustomed to turned against you because of the counter system, and potentially not even be able to damage the enemy at all because of the immunity system. Essentially, if you're not prepared for each boss individually and haven't become overleveled, then there's a good chance you're going to get completely screwed over until you change part of or your entire setup around that one boss.
Oh no, I have to like adjust for different bosses throughout a video game. I actually got stuck until I remember I could just unequip weapons and punch them. Yeah. I don't like this argument though. I don't like this. Like the idea that you can't. This is very much leaning into the I want to beat the game with one team setup and one team setup only. Now, I do that with challenge runs. That's the point of a challenge run. That's the thing that makes them tricky, is you start off with a build like Gamblers Only, which we will be resuming eventually. And that's the point of the challenge, is how far can I get in the game by only using this one class? I feel like only using like that one build setup that you specifically want to, while I understand it is limiting to your creativity and that may be like not what you're interested in, it's again just not what this game is designed to be. It's designed to be, you got to work your way around each boss specifically. You got to strategize for each, using the tools that the game keeps giving you as you progress.
One of the arguments I brought up in my Fire Emblem Three Houses video essay was how it's held back by what are called meaningless decisions, which Bravely Default 2 also suffers from.
I have not played Three Houses. I have watched my friend Tegan Fossatelli play through it like 4 times over the course of university. I have never played a Fire Emblem myself, except for like a little bit of Awakening before I gave a copy away. I'm not crazy about using creativity means using Wizard and Bishop, yeah. I am curious what this is going to be, because I may or may not be able to give commentary depending on what these meaningless decisions are.
Video games are strange because we as humans typically don't like doing work, but playing a video game is a form of doing work. There are several reasons for this engagement, but one of the key reasons is through meaningful decisions, having the player be making decisions with outcomes they care about. It could be something simple like Animal Crossing. Where do I want to put that furniture? Should I go do some fishing? What villagers do I want to get closer to? Or it could be something complicated like Fire Emblem. How can I move my units in such a way to come out of this situation on top? Or at least alive? These are decisions with consequences we as players care about, compelling us to continue playing and putting in this work. However, these decisions lose their meaning if they are meaningless decisions.
The illusion of choice. Bravely Default review goes into another few years of Three Houses discourse. Yeah. Make myself immune to dread to counter the enemy's dread infliction.
Decisions. Evidently, look at the name. A decision could be meaningless for several reasons. Maybe it's an obvious decision, where there's literally no reason to make the worst choice. A decision could also be meaningless because it's hollow, uninformed, or hidden, among other reasons. But what I want to draw attention to is obvious decisions. If there's only one option that works, then there's no reason to make the worst decision. In series past, you can make it through pretty much any boss with your own setup. It would still be easier with some setups and equipment than others, but it was rarely like you were straight up unable to beat a certain boss because you were using a certain setup. Meanwhile, Bravely Default 2 tells you have a setup around X thing. Yes, you get countered or do
Space says, you talking about the Bravely Second side quest now? No. No.
It would still be easier with some setups and equipment than others, but it was rarely like you were straight up unable to beat a certain boss because you were using a certain setup. Meanwhile, Bravely Default 2 tells you have a setup around X thing. Yes, you get countered or do 0 damage, or both. Chances are you're not going to be winning at your current level unless you switch your setup to what we expect you to. Have a setup around X thing. Yes, you get countered or do 0 damage, or both. Chances are you're not going to be winning at your current level unless you switch your setup to what we expect you to roughly do.
Yeah, treat it like a puzzle game. Treat it more like a puzzle game. Again, I'm going to keep saying this. You don't have to like that. That just doesn't make the game bad. It's just different. Like, I don't know what else to say there in that case. It's just it's different. It's a different type of game RPG. Actually, I lied. You don't need dread immunity. You can just beat the boss with dread inflicted on you. We're still encounters. I think the whole video is on counters. We'll see.
It's not like it really takes a lot of strategy, like, oh, the enemy has physical counter. I sure wonder what I can do to avoid that. Could it be magical attacks by chance? It's usually pretty evident how to avoid certain things because there's often one exact answer instead of creating your own answer with your own unique setups. It's not strategy, it's just annoying. I don't want to change
Okay.
my setup around for every boss I face. I want to be able to use the team's setup that matches my vision to find my own solution to each boss.
And so we have come to the conclusion here that this Harmonia does not enjoy the direction that this particular entry went. That's all. Does he know what strategy is? Harmonia enjoys the customization and the freedom afforded from the previous entries. And I understand that. That's how do you think I made so many fucking build videos for years for Bravely Second and Bravely Default, right? There are more solutions than the obvious, though. Exactly. That's the problem. Is that this is being approached as... I get the impression that Harmonia feels forced by the game to try something that they don't want to try. And that is frustrating to them. And I can understand that. But I just think... I don't know. I just think that it's a really lame argument to make, but I think this may just not be their type of game, and that's fine. But the main reason I do critiques against this kind of thing is because these are treated as like objective fact, that these are like, this is a bad way to make a game because it's different than the other ones. So, because I'm a nerd, fuck you, Gomo. Yeah.
But Bravely Default 2 doesn't really let you do that without excessive grinding. It's an obvious decision with no meaning where I don't want to be forced into a position where I have to make that choice specifically because I want to make my own choices. I don't want to...
Yeah, that's just like a fundamental, like, you're gonna butt heads with the game then at that point because this one wants you to adapt. And I know I'm gonna have a miserable time probably doing Gambler. But if I can beat the game with Gambler, that's just going to go to prove that, like, this is just a load of shit. It reads like he wants jobs to be more flexible, but BD2 is more designed that each job has a specific role. Yeah. I think I forgot about Counter Savvy. That, too, is just, like, if you really don't like the counters, use Counter Savvy. But I think the problem with it, I think what Harmonia is getting at, they don't like Counter Savvy because they don't like having to interact with the boss. They just want to run their own unique, cool build on loop. And again, that's fine if that's what you like, but that's just not what this game is. Because if you tell Harmonia to run Counter Savvy, that's inhibiting his creativity. That's inhibiting the way that he wants to build his team, because now he has to give up a slot on every character, which reduces his range for build crafting, right? Because you're down to 4 slots. That's why I think he mentioned that earlier. So it's much more, he wants to craft and do build crafting and stuff. Whereas it's not necessarily build crafting. This game wants you to strategize with the jobs a little more. I might use counter savage response to the enemy physical counterattacks. I wonder what the solution is. Magic damage, perhaps? Oh, yeah. It sound like he's wizard the whole time?
To have to completely change how I battle because of a specific counter.
I'm repeating myself here. This just isn't your game at this point. If you don't want to interact with the game on its level, you're not going to enjoy the game. Like, just straight up. It's the reason why I don't like Undertale. I don't like Undertale and Deltarune. I'm going to try to play through the rest of the demo for a friend. I just don't like those games. Not because the story's necessarily bad. I actually kind of like the story towards the end of the first chapter for Deltarune. I don't like the gameplay. It's just not for me. It's too slow. The combat is way too slow for me. I do not enjoy doing slow turn-based, old style RPG, and then having to do bullet hell mechanics every turn, because I'm not crazy about bullet hells. So it's just not my thing. It's just not my type of gameplay. I do not say that Undertale is a bad fucking game, though. I understand that people would enjoy that. It's just that kind of gameplay is not for me. But I really liked who's the bully character in the first chapter who comes around towards the end? What's her name? I really liked her arc in the first chapter of the demo. That was great. Like, well written. Like, genuinely enjoyed that. The final boss was pretty cool, even though, again, I don't like Susie, yeah. Susie's arc in the first chapter alone was really good. And of course, Toby Fox does great music. But we're getting sidetracked here. I'm just trying to say that, like, it's a system I don't necessarily like, but I'm not going to sit here and also claim that Deltarune is an insult to RPGs because I don't want to engage with that system. I don't want to sit here and dodge bullets in between turns. That's not normal. That's not like other RPGs. Just let me hit them. Like, no. I don't like that system. Other people do. That's fine. Deltarune, I did enjoy playing more than Undertale.
The enemy takes 0 damage from it for no explicable reason. I don't want to put at least...
No, there is an explicable reason. It's because they have weaknesses and resistances, as we discussed earlier. Like, you literally brought that up. Yes, the game... I do think that the game should show you those if you do a full analyze. I don't know why. But even if you hit them, okay, you can restart, reorganize your team so you don't have to use that. Weapon ranks increase your damage dealt. Sure, you can swap to another weapon. If you said Undertale is an insult to RPGs, you'd be mauled by the fanbase. Oh yeah, totally. I understand that later on, aim is a big problem, so you need to use weapons that you're good with against those bosses, because once you get to, like, I'd say, like, Adam or Sloan, it's hard to land hits with physical shit. So then you need to start using, like, higher tier weapons so you have better aim. But, like, you can swap. You can swap in the middle of combat. You go to your inventory, you swap your right hand weapon. It's not hard.
Bangle on everybody because they're all paper thin otherwise. I don't to change my weapons because an enemy takes 0 damage from it for no explicable reason. I don't want to put at least 1 bangle on everybody because they're all paper thin otherwise. I don't want to have to put on accessories to specifically nullify one effect this specific boss has. I could do any of those things if I want to, but I don't want to because this...
That's just whining at this point. I'm sorry. I have to say it. I understand that that you like the freedom of the original Bravely games. I get that. I understand that you like that freedom. But sometimes you do just have to do things. That's work. I don't know. I'm being a bit cheeky there. That's rude of me.
This is supposed to be a game series about finding your own solutions, not being a puppet to the game's whims. And then comes the information the game gives you. After the first demo, people complained about having no indicator of turn order to be able to strategize around.
Yep.
So I had my fingers crossed that they'd put in the turn order indicator of their last game, Octopath Traveler, which showed the full order of all allies and enemies at the top of the screen for the player to strategize around. So naturally, the developers included a bar underneath each of your allies that once it gets filled, that character gets their action. Something like this could work in games that play out in real time, such as Final Fantasy VII. But this game...
A similar system is like the endgame modes of HSR. They force you to pay attention and build your teams appropriately in order to win within a set amount of turns. Exactly. Granted, also high tets. Current HSR endgame is absolute cancer. Pardon my language there. It is. It's been getting worse and worse, but that is extremely true. For people who don't play HSR, you usually have to take 2 teams into 2 different fights and win within X amount of turns. Turn cycles, you can get multiple actions per turn cycle with a character. So you're taking 2 teams of 4, but every time the bosses have specific elemental weaknesses, which you need to bring in characters that can actually hit those. And every time the event resets, there are 3 buffs that you can choose from, and they're for different types of team setups, like break effect, dot damage. My man, hey Tuts. Like dot damage, break effect, super break, which is the same fucking thing as I just said. Erudition. There's different types of buffs for different team setups, but you want to be using one of those team setups to complete the fight. Same thing happens in HSR.
Doesn't filled, that character gets their action. Something like this could work in games that play out in real time, such as Final Fantasy VII. But this game doesn't play out in real time. It's turn-based, and there is no bar like this for the enemies. So for a rough idea of when the enemies will be going, you literally need to eyeball these orange bars. It's really low, so there's probably some enemy actions mixed in there before my bar gets full. But I don't really have any definite way to tell. As well, you have to eyeball these bars for a rough idea of what order your own allies are going in. Except sometimes it doesn't even work. You see, some allies' bars fill up.
That is a fair critique. As much as I think the bars are fine, quote unquote. Exactly, HSR in-game is nuts. BD2 by comparison is much easier. Didn't the original FF7 have something similar? What he's saying here, Coma, is that in FF7 and 4, the ATB bar in those games, you're playing in real time, so everybody's bars are constantly filling. As soon as someone's bar is filled, they act. BD2, you're still going turn by turn. It's just that when someone acts, the speed adds to the bar how fast you're going. If that makes sense. But in Final Fantasy, if the enemy acted, the enemy can act while you're planning your current attack because it's in real time. It's very interesting and different. The FF7 had a wait mode for the ATB bar. Oh, that's what you're saying. I didn't know if it does. I haven't played 7 yet. Is the speed meta? It's been 20 years since you played it. Okay. My issue in BD2 is the speed meta. I much prefer your turn, enemy's turn. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. BD2's speed system, as much as I think it's cool that you can lap your own team with some characters, it is confusing. It is visually confusing. I will give you that.
Faster. Fill up with a grain of salt because it's turn-based. It's more like they teleport up by X amount after each turn is passed.
Yeah.
But because some allies have their bars build up at a faster rate, you can look at everyone's bars to see what level they're at, to piece together what the turn order is, and then the next turn comes around and, surprise! This ally whose bar was lower than your other ally is actually the one acting next. So not only is it the wackiest band-aid of a turn order tracker I've ever seen in any game in my life that you just need to eyeball as best you can to guess the information it's trying to tell you, but it also just straight up doesn't even work a lot of the time because it lies to you.
I was thinking about this actually the other day. What they should have done is, let's say Seth here. Seth here's a Vanguard, right? I need to see Gloria's head. Let's say that Seth was a thief or someone really fast. What they should do, or what they should have done, have this solid color to show where they're at for speed, and then have a half opacity version of the color to show how much they're going to get when the next person acts. So if they were a thief, they would have like this much of the bar or something because they're really fast, half colored him. If they're playing Vanguard like this, he might only go up to like here. And I think that would really help to illustrate speed differences a lot better, because it would show you, okay, he's slower. He only gets a little bit of speed at a time compared to everybody else who's going much quicker because of the half color. That's what I thought as like a way to fix that. Yeah.
As for when enemies act, there's
turn
no
order
way to
complaints
know
are
this
exaggerated.
outside of
I think-
eyeballing the broken bars
I think it can be a little bit exaggerated at times, but I understand the complaint. I think this is fine.
and figuring out if you think there's enough space there for enemy actions before it fills the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Or at least I thought so until I rewatched the developer update for the sake of this video. As it turns out, on the turn before an enemy acts, there will be an exclamation point in front of them showing they're about to act. At the time of writing this, I have a 70-hour playthrough of this game across 85 episodes, and I straight up never knew this is what the exclamation point meant.
I don't want to be rude. Couldn't you harbor a guess? Just maybe think about it for 2 seconds. The argument is just ignorance. Yeah. I was with you until that last second, man. I was with you. I was like, yeah, it's fine. The turn order system is a bit bonk. Harbor a guess. Just harbor a guess. I can't be too mad because I didn't even know that the shield breaking, there was even a shield breaking effect when attacks pierce default in Lux Dark games. Didn't even realize that was a thing. That appears for 2 seconds. When you're sitting here and you acknowledged that you saw those exclamation marks for 70 hours and didn't think once, oh, yeah, maybe that's what that means, that they're going to act soon. Don't they tell you that? I'm pretty sure they do. I love BD and BS, and I think BD2 is fine. Yeah, and that's fine, Alex. Like I said at the start of the stream, if you like BD2, if you don't like BD2, I don't care. That's totally fine. I just want your arguments for why you feel that way to be good and not in bad, not in bad faith, but either like misinformed or like, I don't want bad faith arguments either, but I just want good reasons for why you feel that way. And that is a terrible reason. I'm sorry, that is terrible. 70 hours and you didn't think once to be like, what are these funny exclamation marks for? Ugh. Missed some really obvious shit in my time. I have too. Sure, it is. But I think if you're going to be making a video essay, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if you're making a video essay on this and you're going to make an argument that this system sucks and then you like admit to something like that you didn't notice for the whole time, that like just, again, that just kind of like tears down a lot of like the complaining about that particular point, I feel.
So all in all, when it comes to understanding turn order, they had a nearly perfect turn order tracker in Octopath Traveler, yet Bravely Default 2 gets a lazy band-aid of a fix that doesn't even work, that left me incredibly confused throughout the entire game as to what I could expect from.
It didn't leave you confused, you missed the thing. It has been interesting to listen in, but now I sadly have to leave for the night. Okay, see you later, Tef. Have a good night. I'm still deciding if I want to buy the game or not. I've seen people mixed on it, but it looks interesting. Hey, Red Dog. I always recommend trying it for yourself. Get it when it's on sale. It goes on sale like every once in a while. It might be on sale right now because of the Steam Summer Sale. Give it a try. See if you like it. Decide for yourself if you like it. Don't take my word. Don't take Harmonia's word. Don't take anybody's word. Decide for yourself if you like it or not. And I know that's like, you know, you have to commit money to doing something like that, but generally that is my take when it comes to things like that. You should decide for yourself what your thoughts are on a thing.
Future turns. Your allies, you have to eyeball these bars, piece together the information the game's telling you, and guess, because sometimes it straight up lies to you. Meanwhile, the enemies, all it tells you is when each specific enemy is about to act, so you can't really plan out much of a strategy in battle based on the expected upcoming
Then why are you healing?
turns. And a functional turn order tracker is far from the only information this game lacks. When you examine an enemy, you can see their HP, weaknesses, family, buffs, debuffs, and statuses. But we're missing some important information here.
Yes, this is very true.
Counters and resistances, or maybe even more niche things like an indicator that one of the toughest bosses is going to keep picking himself up over and over.
No, you don't get to know that kind of thing. This is not D&D where you get to read the entire rulebook and learn everything a monster does. I think not having resistances show up is fine. I think counters being kept hidden, and this is probably my hot take, I think counters should stay hidden until you activate them. That should be something you have to memorize and work around. That's my hot take, though. That is absolutely my hot take on that. I think resistances should have been shown. I don't know why they weren't. Counters should not be shown. That should be something you have to discover and work your way around. Extra mechanics about bosses getting back up? No. No. You can know everything if you buy the guidebook and know Japanese. I have the guidebook. It's buried in the very heavy Christmas chest right over there. It's red and green. That chest is really fucking heavy. I'm not getting it out right now. But I do have the guidebook. I can't read enough Japanese yet, though, so... Yeah.
By not showing counters, you have no indication it's something to look out for until you've probably been royally screwed for using the basic game mechanic at counters.
You are taught about counters. You're given an explicit tutorial about counters when you fight Horton. You need to keep an eye out for them. If you get hit with it, you then need to start reworking your battle plan around that. That's just the way the game goes.
Now, when it comes to showing resistances, this is something that Bravely Default and second...
Imagine there was an indicator that the Dragon Zombie was going to revive in BD. Exactly! Also, there were lore reasons for that particular boss picking himself up. Why would they spoil that mechanic? Yeah, it's super cool. And also, he gets easier every time you knock him down.
Did not do either. However, if an enemy resists something in those games, it just means you're doing less damage but can still defeat the boss all the same.
Which is also how it works here, but there are immunities as well.
Typically, if you did something that would do 0 damage or heal the enemy, it would be something semi-evident, like don't use a water attack on the water boss for Selka, for example. But in Bravely Default 2, an enemy resisting something can often mean you're literally incapable of doing damage with that weapon.
Yeah, so don't fucking use it!
Use a spear against this enemy immune to spears? It's not going to be a longer, more uphill battle like series past.
Oh, hey, Jaders! Welcome. Didn't Brave pick himself up multiple times in BD1? Yeah, Brave picks himself up 3 times. You fight him 3 times. He picks himself up twice during the fight. In both second and in BD1. Because you keep screaming, "You shall not pass," because he won't let you into Everlast Tower. That was a big crunch.
Straight up not going to be able to do damage at all unless you change your setup. I once had somebody argue with me saying that showing the weaknesses is all the game needs to, because then you can just attack exclusively with those weaknesses.
You should know the resistances.
But if an enemy is weak to, say, axes...
I'm just going to get some more juice. I'm going to be 2 seconds, guys. Sorry. I'm thirsty. Because I'm yapping. I am back with more juice. Grape juice. Yeah. Grape juice good. Okay.
For example, I'm not going to suddenly give my Swordmaster an axe or two within their weight limit. I'm going to still be attacking with swords because my Swordmaster will be so much better at swords than axes that they'll probably do more neutral damage with swords than weakness damage with axes. It's not reasonable to be expected to suddenly switch your setups to completely different weapons in every battle.
Why? Why is that unreasonable? Why is that unreasonable? I do not understand what's unreasonable about asking the player to adjust their strategy on each new boss. I don't understand what's unreasonable about that.
Or boss specifically to exploit their weaknesses and shoot yourself in the foot by screwing with all your setups.
Holy damage doesn't work on her? Oh, fuck.
Builds. Also that you can guarantee avoiding the chances of doing 0 damage because an enemy is immune to certain weapons, which the game refuses to tell you until you get screwed over by it, even if you already took the time to examine the enemy.
Oh, I gotta rewind that because I was reading Connor's message. Isn't it just basic game mechanics like with Octopath weaknesses too that no one complains about? Yeah, if you don't take... This is like the equivalent of complaining with Octopath. Oh, fuck. Why isn't this boss weak to swords? My Hikari can't completely just smash his way through all the shields now with aggressive slash. This fucking sucks. No. Prepare better. You have to use somebody who has an axe or a staff or ice damage or whatever to break through Big Chud's weaknesses and shields. Like, that's strategizing. I'm sorry. You can't just run Hikari, Oswald, Agnia, and fucking Casti for the entire game.
Screwing with all your setups and builds. Also that you can guarantee avoiding the chances of doing 0 damage because an enemy is immune to certain weapons, which the game refuses to tell you.
You just have to run Hikari the entire game because that's what I started with. I love it mechanic in Octopath 1 and 2, so it seems like an upside to me. With this game, you just have to play around what a boss is weak to and what it's immune to. It's not like a shield system like in Octopath, but there are things that you have to keep an eye out for when you're fighting bosses in BD2.
Until you get screwed over by it, even if you already took the time to examine the enemy. Examine should give you a rough idea of what you need to avoid to win.
Yes.
But instead of showing counters and weapon immunities, you don't find out about them until you get completely screwed over by them happening to you, so that you can take a mental note of something the game refuses to write down for you, what should just be in the exam menu. My god,
I got the idea. Okay, sorry, just wanted to make sure. Sorry. My apologies. But no, like, you shouldn't have this shouldn't be like a dungeon master being able to open up the book and just know every single thing about it. Because here's the reason why I don't think that's fine in BD2. You have magnifying glass. It's not like, here's the thing, right? You don't need to have Freelancer or Solvemaker on to scan bosses anymore. We have magnifying glasses. Anybody could get the information out of a boss. He's getting a little too emotional over counters, like they shot his dog. If man want to use swords against someone not weak to it, allow me to introduce you to my good friend Daub. Exactly.
Man, some of my writing from 5 years ago here is kind of run-on sentences, isn't it? Anyway. Combine that with a turn order tracker that barely or doesn't at all do its job sometimes, and bosses that seem to expect you to be running or using certain things against them specifically, and you've got an experience where you basically need to be screwed over by a boss at least once, and then suddenly change your whole setup around it.
Okay. This is an ego thing. I'm sorry. That's an ego thing. If you have the expectation that you should be getting through every boss on the first try, that is a you problem. I don't like that mentality. Yeah, it sucks to lose when I'm on stream because, oh, it's more fun if we get through it on the first try and chat can celebrate. Like, yeah, first try. Yeah, it's great. If it happens, it happens. I didn't beat final boss, Bestower of All on the first try. I beat the secret boss first try. Yay. But I didn't beat that one on first try. And it's okay. That's fine. You have to learn the things. Because in the final boss of Bestower of All, I didn't know how much fucking HP he had and how much damage he was going to do, so I needed to be faster on the second attempt. That's what I learned by losing. Trial and error. You shouldn't be allowed to just win every single fight on the first try. Because you're getting feedback from the boss telling you what areas you're failing in and what you need to get better at in order to progress in the game.
Some people have said that it makes every boss be like a puzzle to overcome, but in my opinion, it really isn't.
That's just going to be, again, clashing heads there. That's irreconcilable at that point. If you just don't think that these bosses are puzzles, I did BOA boss first try, no idea how in the world, and the second one beat me up. The second one is tough, not because like the actual boss is hard. It's a test of your ability to manage that many characters at once. That's what that boss fight is. It's a character management fight. It's not a actual like real boss fight, quote unquote, especially if you saved up all your almighty olives.
Using magic to avoid physical counter, equipping silence immunity accessories to avoid being silenced. This isn't really strategy or
Stop saying it's not really strategy. My god, that's... Stop.
puzzling gameplay. It's obvious decisions that are just frustrating because they shoot down the player's attempts at being creative in the way the series has previously prided itself on. And on top of information the game lacks, as we jump into a different aspect of gameplay, the side quests around the world are all numbered, so they should be easy to keep track of, right? There is no completed side quest list in the game.
Yeah, there should be one. There really should be one. I don't know why they didn't. It was a really weird thing.
You heard that right. Every side quest in the game is numbered, and there isn't even a list of completed side quests. Even though the menus have lists of almost everything else. What's even the point of numbering them then?
I thought that was so weird.
Is the expectation really for any players trying to 100% the game to create their own notepad to keep track of every side quest because the developers couldn't be bothered to do so themselves?
There's so many weird quality of life things missing from BD2. That's the one thing that like even when I first played through it was like, where's all of the stuff that they learned about? It's in the guidebook, but it should be in the game. Exactly. That's like just something that really should be in the game. I actually listed the side quests, so I was fine. I think I just did them all, so I was like, I don't have to worry about it.
And one more thing that should be accessible in the menus. Bravely Default 2 introduces a card game side activity the player can play with NPCs around the world.
Yeah.
The player can open the menu to check their collected cards, but for whatever reason, can't actually access or edit decks outside of the actual versus menu when challenging an NPC.
Yeah, just another weird
rather
thing.
Strange. Returning to the subject of battling, this game has a damage cap of 9,999, which can only be circumvented by equipping the skill Surpassing Power. There was this damage cap in previous games as well, but it's never really something I found myself hitting a lot in those games anyway.
Do I say something really rude? You weren't hitting 9999 in the previous Bravely games? Either of them? Not even Bravely second? Ooh, okay.
In Bravely Default 2, by the time you're at endgame or postgame and doing challenges across the world, it's probably pretty normal for any of your party members intended for doing damage in your setup to be able to do more than 9.
I'm sorry, that was...
9,999 damage, and feel really held back if their damage is reduced to that ceiling. This means it...
Not really. The way that I've started looking at like boss health, if a boss has 100,000 HP and I do max damage on every hit, it takes 10 hits to kill the boss. That's the way that I like mathematically work it out in my head. If you're not hitting that, then you just have to adjust like your survivability versus the number of times you need to hit the boss based on like your average damage. If you don't need to go higher than that, having Surpassing Power is nice, especially if you're doing a burst build. If you're doing a burst damage build, you should have Surpassing Power on. If he's going to complain that like I beat the halls mainly using Minor Strike, which you can't do more than 999 without maximized HP, so I wasn't really using Surpassing Power at that point. Yeah. Don't quote me. The BD2 bosses have less health than BD1, BDSL bosses on average. I think they do, because I think the Knight's Nexus is like 170, 180,000 in the final fight.
It eventually comes to a point where anybody you want to do damage with essentially needs to run Surpassing Power.
No, because you can do a Swordmaster build where you do ninefold flurry and you hit 9 times for like 2,500, and that does your what would that do? That would do over 20k damage, but over 9 hits, right?
One of your 5 skill slots for not anything spicy, cool, or fun, but for the privilege of not having to deal with this pretty low damage ceiling.
Low? What, bro? What the fuck are you talking about?
The closest thing this reminds me of is Fire Emblem Awakening's Limit Breaker, where you would also have 5 skill slots, and if you wanted the best possible builds for everyone, everybody needed to run Limit Breaker.
Thanks,
it's a skill that didn't do anything spicy or fun or whatnot like so many other skills. It just extended the maximum stat ceiling on that character. And by so
moves are nuts and don't need to hit 999 at all. Exactly. Thank you.
So much that you needed it on every unit if you wanted the best builds you could have. It was so good, you needed to run it if you were trying to make the strongest team you could. And by so much that you need... It's a skill that didn't do anything spicy or fun or whatnot like so many other skills. It just extended the maximum stat ceiling on that character. And by so much that you needed it on every unit if you wanted the best builds you could have.
Therein lies your problem. If you want the best builds, yeah, you have to use that thing to like extend your stats. You can also settle for less than best. How is he defining spicy or fun? It feels like it's use the most busted thing. That's what it feels like. But also, we've been watching this for 20 minutes, and it's just been looped footage of him going in, fighting anyhow, losing, or getting backpedaled by her and snowballed, and then he quits and restarts.
It was so good, you needed to run it if you were trying to make the strongest team you could.
I will agree that Suppressing Power is needed for the best build you could have. Exactly. If you want, like, the super nuke build for, like, Reflect Arcanist, you should run Surpassing Power because it gets your spells to do, like, 23k a hit, and then you're hitting, like, 6 times. But you don't need it to clear the game. You don't.
Your entire army now only has 4 skill slots to customize with.
No! I'm just gonna straight say no. Unless you're doing a sustainless team comp, which I don't know why on God's green earth you would be doing, you're not using 4 Surpassing Powers. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. You're not using Surpassing Power on your fucking White Mage or your Sword Maker. You're not. Ah! 4 attackers is the way to go. Ugh. If he's gonna bitch that like, oh, I want to one-shot the fight, so I need to put Surpassing Power on everybody, and they're all attackers, and they all immediately need to go first at the start of combat, so I can one-shot the boss before it takes any action. That's sustainless finding is the way to go. That's different. You know that. You know that's different. That's like if everybody got saddled up into Guardian from Bravely Second, and he became God. 4 black mages.
Whatever you want.
One of these days, I should play through BD1 and like try to make use of Black Resonance
instead of 5, because 1 has to be taken by Limit Breaker for everyone.
Assault.
Whether it be lifting the stat ceiling, has to be taken 4 skill slots to customize with whatever you want instead of 5, because 1 has to be taken by Limit Breaker for everyone. Whether it be lifting the stat ceiling by a significant amount with Fire Emblem Awakening's Limit Breaker, or lifting the damage ceiling completely in Bravely Default 2 with Surpassing Power. These are both examples of obvious decisions where you completely shoot yourself in the foot by—
No, I don't think it's an obvious decision to take Surpassing Power on my fucking sustain unit. Or my tank. Usually it's tank. Literally, I run the FF14 party comp. I run healer, tank, and 2 DPS. My 2 DPS might have Surpassing Power, depending on what kind of DPS I'm doing. But my healer and my tank ain't taking it.
By not making the obvious choice to sacrifice one of your skill slots for the sake of having to deal with a less
You only had a white mage.
restrictions.
You had a white mage with him. Well, like at this point in the game, you don't have a lot of options unless you like ran monk everyone.
Any character you plan on using to do damage with by the end game essentially needs to be running surpassing power, meaning you've now only got 4 skill slots instead of 5.
Again, no full 9-fold flurry. Don't have to do it.
I was so close to being able to create some especially spicy builds if only I had one more skill slot in several instances, but I couldn't because I needed to run surpassing power. I feel like the ability to surpass the damage ceiling should have been something all the characters unlock the ability to do for the rest of the game past a certain point in the story. Like, there's a time pretty late into the game where we face off against Sir Explode. We'll talk about that in the story. That would be pretty late into the game where we face off against Sir Explode. We'll talk about that in the story. That would be a really fitting moment for every character to just unlock surpassing power innately. Or even better yet, just don't put in a damage ceiling in this kind of game in the first place.
What? This is impatience. That's your fucking limit. Listen, I know I was being snarky earlier about like not hitting damage cap for some people. Some builds just don't hit it, and you don't need to hit it to win. You don't have to hit max to beat bosses into the dirt. Again, I'm gonna keep saying it, 9-fold flurry. It hits 9 times and it does more damage than a single burst hit that will do that. But it's doing like a quarter of a max damage hit. You don't need surpassing power for it. This is the exact kind of game that needs a damage ceiling. Exactly.
It's not like I can afford to limit my damage to 9,999 against place. It's not like I can afford to limit my damage to 9,999 against bosses with like the 503,000 health super boss.
It's a fucking super boss. What are you expecting? Yeah, you probably will need surpassing power. You will probably need to pass it on that. But again, it's a super boss. You don't need it for the main story. You can use it in the main story. Nothing wrong with that. You can use it. But it's not necessary. It's really not.
These games are supposed to be about creating your own builds your way, seeing your vision come to life. But when you have ability slots that can be used for any skills and have situations like surpassing power where you have to run it, it just feels bad because you sacrifice some of your slots to work with creating your own builds just for the sake of not having to deal with a damage cap.
I'm very curious what builds Harmonia was cooking that they're bitching about a damage build that they don't want to have to use surpassing power on. I'm very curious. Like, my god, it destroys most encounters once you have the effect. Yeah, when you get the limit break charm, it's great. I'm falling asleep, so I'll go. All right, see you later, Melon. Thank you for coming on out. It's appreciated.
Bravely Games have never exactly been a stranger to game-breaking builds.
His only good argument is that the UI elements were poorly done. Everything else is just him being bad at these kind of games. There was a couple ones like that. I don't entirely. The turn counter argument I think was fine, other than him admitting that he didn't look at like what the exclamation mark on enemies meant for the entire game. But yeah, so far this is shaky. It's a lot of the same arguments I've heard again and again and again, so it's not surprising. There's nothing that's been surprising so far, other than like the admission that he didn't realize what the exclamation mark was despite playing for 70 hours. But Godspeed Strike.
In the first game, for example, there was a team setup for the sake of not having to deal with a damage cap. Bravely Games have never exactly been a stranger to game-breaking builds.
Yeah, and BD2 certainly has them too.
In the first game, for example, there was a team setup you could go for that prevented the enemy from ever being able to damage you.
Ninja Valkyrie. I fucking called it. Or it's Hasten World Stillness. It's one of those two.
This would happen as a result of specific jobs and sub-jobs, and abilities from other jobs all being used in conjunction with one another to create these unexpected combinations in pursuit of some of the best possible builds.
Give an example. Explain the fucking job.
In Bravely Default 2, to break the game, yeah, you could
If 9-fold flurry hit for 2k each hit, you get 18k damage. So you do 3 9-fold flurries in a turn, you roughly get 54k damage. That's over 1/3. Yeah, exactly. Right, Jaders? Well, it might be stillness. Yeah, no, I followed it up. I realize you guys, the chat's behind, but yeah. Sheepa Jimrai stillness. Yeah, that one's good. Rampant, Fairy Ward, Enigma spam can also work pretty well. Yeah, depending on what boss you're fighting, those can work just as well too. Enigma turns off second phase Airy.
probably run some crazy combinations to pull off some neat stuff.
Reflect Darkness.
Or you could use Beastmaster on everybody. You see, the second speciality of Beastmaster is called Creature Comforts, or Comfort Animals as we like to call it around here. What this does is increase all stats based on how many monsters you've captured. Each monster you capture gives you plus 5 HP, plus 1 MP, you gain 40 physical attack for every 100 monsters you capture, 2 speed for every 100 monsters you capture, so some stats are definitely easier to increase than others. But the thing is, there's not actually any cap on this. There's seemingly no limit on how many monsters you can capture, and even if you've hit the ceiling
Isn't it 99 per beast type?
for being able to capture a certain monster because you already have 99 in your inventory, I've found out for being able to capture a certain monster on how many monsters you can capture, and even if you've hit the ceiling for being able to capture a certain monster because you already have 99 in your inventory, I've found out that Comfort Animals isn't actually based on your current inventory of monsters. If you spend your monster inventory, your stats don't decrease.
It's just
Meaning, if you
numbers
somehow capture
caught.
99 of every monster, you can spend some so you can capture more without any negative effects to the stat buffs from Comfort Animals.
Yeah.
As well, it turns out Comfort Animals increasing all stats based on how many monsters you've captured is the plural you. Like, the monsters your entire party has captured, not just
Who's capturing 99 of each monster? Mario. Mario's doing it so he can do a level 1 playthrough of BD2.
the monsters the one Beastmaster in question has captured.
You have to grind a lot. Yeah, that's like the thing that he's not bringing up here is like you really need to grind. You have to sit there and farm your fucking ass off and grind and grind and grind and grind to do this. But that's the reward, is that you can complete the game with like maxed out stats for sitting there and grinding. It's not necessary to beat the game. It is an option to you.
So if you captured hundreds of monsters with one character in Beastmaster, and anybody else switches to Beastmaster, they'll still get the insane Comfort Animals buffs. It got to a point that my dedicated tank
Yeah, because everybody would agree that it would be horrible if it only applied to the person that did the capturing. No one would like it. It would be certainly much more reduced in strength, but people wouldn't want to use it.
would have like a fourth the defense of any of my
What's the argument
attacking
here? I
units
don't even
buffed
know
by
what's
Comfort
wrong.
Animals. Like, what? And anybody with Comfort Animals would literally have more restorative power than my dedicated healers, and so on. My spicy builds I'd grown attached to, such as Swordmaster, Shieldmaster, were basically dead because their stats would be 1/4.
Please, please, holy gods, tell me that the build that he was cooking was not Swordmaster, Shieldmaster.
Such as Swordmaster, Shieldmaster.
Please tell me those are on separate characters. Please, Lord. What was being cooked in that infernal kitchen? Okay.
Were basically dead because their stats would be 1/4 of those of anybody buffed by Comfort Animals by the end of my playthrough. Remember how I mentioned that obvious decisions
It's
are
not like this is FF8 where the enemy is going to scale to your team or something. It's not like the enemies scale higher because you have somebody with maxed out creature comforts and then one person on your team isn't a Beastmaster, so they're just gimped. That's not how it works. You think you agree on the UI issues? We haven't gotten there yet. I have things to say about UI. Yep.
a big issue in Bravely Default 2. Should
Braille
it come as a
Default.
surprise that my final party had every character with sub-job Beastmaster to benefit from Comfort Animals? In series past,
it's
you
an
could
option.
absolutely break the game in half. But to do so, you needed to have a hard look at all the jobs, abilities, equipment, and figure out insane strategies and combinations to break the game in half. In Bravely Default 2, want the best possible builds you can have? Use Beastmaster. That's all it is. No crazy, unexpected combinations that are capable of breaking the game in half when combined in such an exact...
Yeah, and in Bravely Default 1, use Spirit Master. Use Stillness on Spirit Master. That's an entire build identity for some people. In Bravely Second, it's use Wizard. Are we forgetting Wizard? Yeah, everybody in the chat's immediately saying Wizard. Everybody's saying Wizard. Literally everybody is pointing out, you just play Wizard. Wizard is the answer to Bravely Second. Because it's the most busted class in the series. I actually agree that Beastmaster is poorly designed to be overtuned. It is overtuned. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm disagreeing with the argument that the other games didn't have examples of like one-man class that just dominates the game, like Wizard or Bishop for healing. Like, no, it's just... Wizard on the other hand just shouldn't be your first job. Exactly. That class is way too strong for a first job.
Way. Breaking this game in half comes down to use Beastmaster, then catch hundreds to thousands of monsters. There's no crazy thinking or strategies that...
Bravely Second breaking boils down to use the first job of the game they give you. Like, oh, I thought of a really mean thing. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut this time, though.
That need to go into breaking this game in half. All it takes is one job and the willingness to grind it for a while.
You don't even have to grind
so in
Wizards.
Series past, by the end, I'd have a team of 4,
much.
all with completely different main jobs and sub-jobs. My own unique party of 8 different jobs that meets my own unique vision of how to overcome this game. By the end of Bravely Default 2, however, everybody had a different main job, and every person had sub-Beastmaster that they wouldn't even use the skills from in battle, like 90% of the time, having it purely for the comfort animal buffs with the Brave Bearer skill sub-job specialty too. It didn't feel like creating some crazy combination of things that can somehow work together to become super strong. It just felt like using the thing the game told me was OP.
We need to introduce Harmonia to Reflect Arcanist. There's an example of like a bomb you have to meticulously put together to blow up in enemies' faces. Because you got to use Oracle to get Reflect on everyone, and you have to set up your Arcanist just right, and you have to have the bards apply their buffs, and then use Shut Up and Dance to pass over to another one to buff the team, and then you pass it on to another one to buff the team, and then you pass it off to the Arcanist, and the Arcanist just goes fucking crazy on everybody. Like, that is a meticulously built team. Somebody's got to introduce this guy to that build.
If you want the best possible stats and builds in this game, why would you not use Beastmaster, who seemingly has the highest possible potential stats?
Yeah, that's the point. You can choose to do that. You can also choose to not do that. You have self-control.
It's another obvious decision.
It's again, this goes back to like the easy to break versus easy to beat thing. You have the ability to choose to... I know this sounds stupid, but I fully believe in it. You have the ability to fully nerf yourself. If you recognize that something is broken and you're finding that the game is being trivialized by that, or it's stupid and lame and you have to just grind and it just destroys the game bounce, do something else. You have the customization options there. You don't have to do it. I think people underestimate the effort to reach level 12 on a job blind. I like my Deathstorm build that one hit KO's Halls one. Ooh, that sounds cool.
Decision that takes away the player's creativity and ability to make their own combinations and strategy. It's like if the game presents you with an incredibly good weapon and a trash weapon, why would you ever choose the trash one?
Because I want to experience the game. I want to see the whole thing. I'm going to go back to HSR for a second. One of the sad things about farming weekly bosses after you've done them in the story is the difficulty is completely gone from them. So when you get peak moments like Aquila, you know, it's not the same as when you did it in the boss fight because they got like those damage resistances and whatnot. And it's cinema when you get to that final phase. It's absolute cinema. But when you're farming weeklies, you blast through it and it's not the same. So the same thing here. If I'm only going to get to experience every boss in this game at least once, at least with Aqua, you fight it in the story once, and then you can rematch those. You can take your time, you can slow it down, which is what I'm trying to say. If you take your time, you get to see the whole fight, you get to experience it all. I was super disappointed when I did Throne's boss fight in Octopath 2, and I didn't get the final phase. Like, I was super sad about that I didn't get to see Throne and her mother. You know? There's no effort to max jobs in BD2. The game load teaches you out in the beginning game. I've got footage of me beating the super boss in my new game plus vid with no Beastmaster at all. Gotta send that to him. I used Reflect Arcanist to beat the super boss. Yes, it's a very strong build, but you don't need Beastmaster for it. How Beastmaster can be broken if you get a Skeleton Assassin, since it can... Yeah, the Skeleton Assassins are really good. They're super...
Sure, you could just not use Beastmaster, but you shoot your stats in the foot by not using it, and it's hundreds...
That's the point.
...of comfort animals.
Yeah, you don't have to sit there fucking wasting your time grinding animals all day, and you get to try something else.
And this is far from the only issue with Beastmaster. You see, you can capture almost any non-humanoid monster and then later use them as attacks against enemies. The stronger the enemies you capture, the stronger they'll be as attacks.
Yeah.
Only, in the menu to use the monsters as attacks, there's no indicator of how strong they are.
Oh, yeah,
it's literally
that's
just
fair.
a raw list of monster names, and if they hit with a specific element...
This is one of those memorizing things you shouldn't really have to. They should have, like, the star system just like in Octopath 2. Octopath has a star system saying, like, how strong or rare the thing is. Yeah, I agree with that. That's fair. I don't use Beastmaster, so it's not something I really thought of, but that is a fair critique.
It'll show you that when you hover over them. Meaning, there's no way to actually tell what you're going to be attacking with, or how strong it'll be. Maybe you spend 2 BP with Off the Leash to do a devastatingly powerful attack with a monster to a boss, and you choose one of the higher up ones in your list, and it's like, surprise! That's not one of the strong recent ones you caught. Turns out it's some low-level thing you happened to capture on the way here for creature comforts. Or maybe the enemy is weak to darkness, so you scan your monster list for one that hits with darkness. Finally find one, and surprise! It doesn't actually damage with darkness, it just decreases enemy dark resist. So then you scan your monster list again for a different monster with darkness, and hey, maybe it actually hits with darkness damage this time. Or maybe it's another resist lower, who knows? Or maybe it's some low-level thing that you've just wasted a turn for to barely tickle the boss. How well you do with a job about using the power of monsters from around the world shouldn't have this much of an aspect of random guessing. You're just here gambling.
This is the reason I don't like Solvemaker and BD1, because they aren't clear what you're crafting until you craft it, and you have to memorize what all the combinations are. It's why I don't like BD1 Solvemaker. I like BD2 a lot more now. I wanted to use it in that playthrough that I did on the channel, and I was like, I'm not really feeling it as much, but people told me to keep going, and I committed to it, and I love it. I love maxed out Solvemaker in BD2. It's so good. I think you should maybe prep this before fighting a boss. You steal a bunch of gold next to a super boss and max out J peak. Actually kind of bothers me too, because I want to document them. Okay, most of this video is just him self-reporting that he's bad at the game. A little bit, yeah. There's a lot of points.
There is a very easy solution here had it been bothered to be included in the game. Include beside every monster a level. The higher the level, probably the harder it'll be hitting. And sort them in the list in descending level order. Also, have an element indicator next to level so you can easily find what you're looking for by scanning through the list instead of needing to hover over every single monster to see what element they have. And finally, hovering over the monster to see the description should actually tell you what the attack does. Is it...
He's just describing what the hunter's list is in Octopath. And yeah, I exactly agree. I fully agree with that. It should just been like that. BD2 is just, it's got some weird, again, quality of life things, and just like missing information that just doesn't make sense. And I think I don't want to keep always blaming it on this, but I do think like the rush of the pandemic probably led to it being undercooked in those departments where things were just kind of left out, and it sucks. It's completely critiquable. It just sucks in that sense. The ingredients aren't too convoluted once you get it, but some combos like the Dragon Fang ones are hard to memorize. Yeah.
Single hit, multi-hit, physical.
It's just so many things that I don't want to memorize, which I know is like literally the argument that he's making. I stand BD1 swap maker, but BD2 swap maker is also good. I just like 2 BD2s a little more because like it tells me what I'm doing for the most part while I'm concocting it, so it's a little bit clearer in that sense, you know. Some people say Octopath has good quality of life. BD2, even though it's missing some info, tells a lot more to the player than Octopath does. In places, yeah.
Damage, magical damage. Does it damage at all? Does it decrease enemy resistances? This way, the player could make the decision based on monster level, easily find what element they're looking for,
this is a long
and know whether or not the
about
attack actually does what they
fair.
hope it'll do before they do it. Unlike the current
it's the same
system,
fight. Yeah, we are half an hour in, and it's still footage of fighting anyhow.
Where without memorization, you're essentially making random guesses to see if you get what you want. And it's not just the Beastmaster monster menu and examine screen that has incomplete UI.
Okay, so here's something. You're using a white mage with a bow. Why aren't you equipping a staff to increase your restorative power? Whatever. I know I said earlier, like, swap your weapons, but that's for in the case of if you're trying to do damage and they have an immunity to it. Your white mage shouldn't be DPSing, boy.
In-battle item menu also feels rather incomplete. This menu is literally just a list of item names.
Yeah.
Even though every outside of the battle item menu has an icon beside each item to make it easier to find what you're looking for quickly and add some charm to these menus. In battle, however, the item screen is just a literal wall of text. I've had a few situations I've been looking for something only to pass it once or twice just because I was looking at a wall of text and everything looks the same. For item menus, take Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX for example. This game's item menu has unique icons for each item in your inventory, and even completely unique full art for each. Bravely Default 2 has icons for their items, but just couldn't be bothered to include them in its in-battle item menu, because the developers just seemingly have this strange aversion to things being seamless to use. Speaking of things not being seamless, the weight system. Want to use a particular piece of equipment or armor to make some spicy stats or builds? If it's too heavy, you gotta get rid of it or change something. Get denied your attempts at making your own builds fully your own way.
Especially because they added weapon throwables. Yeah.
Change your entire equipment build around for no reason other than the game is saying, nah.
No.
Breaking character from my 5-year ago script again for a second. At the time of speaking this, I don't actually remember how the weight system works. I know that it's not anything too abnormal when it comes to a lot of RPG games in general. Like, maybe it's just that it's such a new thing to Bravely that I was really thrown off by it. Or maybe it's just, like, really poorly implemented because I have no opportunity to use the things I want to use. I don't know. I don't remember. But I'll trust that I knew what I was talking about 5 years ago here.
It affects your turn order.
Let's hop into the overworld gameplay. Here, the player can hit Y to swing a sword, which, if it connects with an enemy, you'll start the battle with 1 free BP. Essentially, an extra turn at your disposal. Something else important to keep in mind is that if you're considered overleveled enough for an area, the enemies will actually run from you.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the developers decided that swinging your sword should make you completely stand still, apart from like a couple centimeter movement at the end of the swing for whatever reason. This means that if you're trying to hit a running enemy with your sword, unless they hit a wall, it becomes really, really hard to hit them. You'll gain just enough distance to hit them with your sword and hit Y, but then you stand completely still as they keep running, and then you completely miss your swing.
I have 2 responses to this. 1, chase them into a corner of the map. Familiarize yourself with the room you're in. Chase them in the corner. They can't get out, and that's how you gather up enemies in the early game when you don't have monster items, so that you can do chain farming. That's how you force enemies into a chain farm. 2, if the enemies are fleeing from you, you're over leveled for the area. Now, I understand in some cases you're grinding a new job, you want to try something out. That's fine, but I think context should be given for this. Don't they sneak up on enemies? What do you mean sneak up? Excuse me.
Why can't you continue moving while swinging the sword? It makes trying to fight running enemies or cutting down swaths of grass just feel so clunky, unlike the smoothness it should feel for such a basic and simple mechanic. Heck, since the time of writing the script 5 years ago, there have been games I've made where you can move and attack. Like, it's easy. If we shift gears a bit though, I do genuinely believe that having enemies actually existing in the world over random encounter spawns is a really nice touch. It makes it actually feel like you're encountering monsters in this world, not just,
First time I've
random
heard somebody that
RNG, here's a
dislikes
battle
2
now.
actually
So that's definitely something I like
this.
about this game, at least outside of when I can't hit running enemies with my sword. Back to the criticism side though, something else that can happen in the overworld when looting a chest is a nasty surprise emerge from the chest, and then you need to fight some random enemies to claim the chest. Plenty of games have done this, it's not like it's anything new, and if it happens every once in a while, then whatever, I guess. My issue is that towards the end of the game, it straight up felt like it was happening more often than not. Like with any chest I saw, I should expect a random battle. It just gets repetitive.
There's like 1 or 2 nasty surprises per dungeon. Like, and dungeons have an average of like 7 to 10 chests, maybe.
And annoying. Another feature that was really nice during the game was guest characters who would help you in battle. They typically have 1 to 2 skills they'd use during battle when their turn rolled around, and it was really interesting to see these different ways you could be assisted. But the thing is, you don't actually ever use these guest characters after their section of the story, and by the end it's just like, no more guest characters ever again. Imagine if this was a Fallout kind of situation, where you had many different companion characters around the world, and you could potentially change your current companion whenever you wanted based on how you like them.
Okay. I'm not talking about his argument right now. I'm about to commentate on the gameplay. We just watched him tab to Anyhow and see that she has 3 BP. If I do not see this motherfucker defaulting on every person on his team, we got a problem here. What? Because you play Fallout. He's going on about like Fallout and talking about companions. But we're going back. How are guest characters a complaint? I think he's complaining about like the fact that they leave and just kind of stop.
Or you had many different companion characters around the world, and you could.
Okay, she just gained a BP off of counter any ability.
Potentially change your current.
He's tabbed to her. She has 3,000 HP left. He's only doing like 200-ish per hit. He needs to hit her about 10 to 15 more times for the kill. She has 3 BP. She has the exclamation mark. She's about to act. If he sees that she has 3 BP, has played Bravely Default and Bravely Second, and does not fully default this team as much as he can, because like some of them might not get their turn cycle in and may not be able to default in time, I'm not going to be happy.
Companion whenever you wanted, based on how you like them or
you
how they
aren't
support you in battle. I think it would have been awesome in the post-game of Bravely Default 2 to have seen recruitable guest characters from around the world you could have one active of at a time to help support your current build, or to play around what they bring to your party. This was such a missed opportunity. You only have these guest...
ate it. You sat there and fucking ate it. Even if he did, remember, even earlier you said, didn't know about the triangle exclamation mark symbol. Even then, if you've played the other games, you should know, boss hit 3 BP, bad shit about to happen. Bad shit incoming if they got 3 BP. Next characters leaving when you're done with their area isn't new or unique to BD2.
Would have been awesome in the post-game of Bravely Default 2 to have seen recruitable
the guests do drop by chapter 3 and never happen again. Yeah, like, sure, it would have been nice to have more guest characters, but at that point, there's no reason for it, because they're also a bit like just a little bit of like hand-holding to help the player along. You know, they're not...
Around the world, you could
by
have
that point,
one
you should be able to take care
of time to help support your current build, or to play around what they bring to your party. This was such a missed opportunity. You only have these guest characters during their sections of the story, even though they do actually play a role in gameplay. It's odd.
Oh, what happened? What happened? Huh? Why did it turn on? What'd I hit? 1 second. What's going on? Oh, whoops.
So back when
I went out of the tab. My bad. Hold on. There we go. Sorry. Everything's fine. Don't worry. We're all good. I just hit the wrong button.
Swinging the sword. It makes trying to fight running enemies or
Freebie
cutting
pad,
down
yeah.
swaths of grass just feels so clunky, unlike the smoothness it should feel for such a
Or your head's
basic
so
and
fucking
simple
big.
mechanic. Random art can happen in the overworld when looting a chest is a nasty surprise for guest characters ever again. Imagine if this was a Fallout kind of situation, where you had many different companion characters around the world, and you could potentially change your current companion whenever you wanted based on how you like them or how they support you in battle.
Okay, but the companions for this game are relevant to the story sections that they're in. They're just kind of helping you while you're in the zone. It's not like a Bethesda game where they're free to wander afterwards. They have their own lives. They're not your fucking slaves. They're not your thrall. This isn't Skyrim. It's just different kind of companion system. I don't know.
I think it would have been awesome in the post-game of Bravely Default 2 to have seen recruitable guest characters from around the world you could have one active of at a time
Post-game?
to help
Okay.
support your current
No, that's
build,
a bit more fair then.
or to play around what they bring to
I
your
don't know.
party.
There's that one person in his chat on the screen being very sarcastic about like the game sucking. I can't tell. I think this is a perfect example of how a single mechanic can ruin a game.
This was such a missed opportunity. You only have these guest characters during their sections of the
This
story,
one's a different game. Yeah.
even though they do actually play a role in gameplay. It's odd. Alright, here we go. The story.
I need to piss before we get into this. I will be back shortly. Do not go anywhere. This is gonna be oh, I can already feel my blood boiling. Ooh. All right, I'm just gonna get a sip of water as well. Okay, I'm back. All right. Go piss. Somebody said that at the Porter Robinson concert I went to a couple years ago when he had to go off stage to take a piss. And he commented on it. He said, like, someone just say go piss, King? All right. Big sip of water.
Now, the Bravely series has never exactly been perfect top-of-the-line stories. Both Default and Second suffer from a final boss who doesn't matter a whole lot to the overall. Both Default series has never exactly been perfect top-of-the-line stories. Both Default and Second suffer from a final boss who doesn't matter a whole lot to the overall story. They just kind of show up at the end as a big bad you've got to fight now for the sake of having a final boss, more so in Second. Bravely Default also had several pacing issues, especially after the halfway point until the end. Like, yes, I'd love to spend an eternity just fighting the main 4 bosses of the game 4 more times each, while the characters are confused about why they keep doing it over and over. Or take the actions of Eternia in Bravely Default. Why didn't they ever bother
Attorney.
explaining to the heroes why they did as they did, instead of just resorting to violence and losing? Bravely stories aren't perfect by any means, but they're still great, enjoyable stories. I loved seeing how the characters developed and changed, and see the adventures of these parties that really felt like they synergized with one another, rather than just being a bunch of strangers who meet up and go on this adventure because screw it. These stories are filled with charming side characters, and it helps make these worlds feel genuinely alive. Bravely Default took a generic, restore the 4 crystals, save the world type of plot and spun it on its head, and made the player question the results of their actions, all while toying with fascinating ideas such as other game worlds and how you as the player influence the character's actions. I know that sounds really confusing if you haven't played the game, but I'm trying to not spoil things too much. Though, again, breaking character from my script for 5 years ago. When we get into some of the additional things I wanted to talk about at the end here that I tacked on to my script, I do actually get into a bit more spoilery territory. Bravely Second told a plot all about seeing other perspectives, not just blindly holding on to a single worldview and justifying any actions done in pursuit of it. We see our main character Yu, as in Y-E-W, like that's his name, initially serving the Crystal Orthodoxy, feeling his support of the Orthodoxy is just, and he's helping to redeem himself for his family's dark
quest
path.
has a different vibe. That's why I like it. I like the complete, clear, tonal separation between the two. The side quests are for if you want to cheer up. The main quest is if you want to keep things serious. I like that.
But we see some of his closest connections torn apart. Not just for the sake of having antagonistic characters, but because these are real people who've been harmed by the wrongdoings of the Orthodoxy and have a deep-seated hatred for the Orthodoxy and the people of the world. We see Yu have to question what it is he stands behind, and how to make true change in the world around him by taking charge to make amends for the past, and forge a better future hand in hand with those who stood against him. These antagonist characters are shaped as real people, not just faceless baddies for the sake of having a plot at all. The plots of Bravely Default and Second aren't perfect by any means, but I'd still argue that these are some of the most fascinating adventures told during the 3DS's lifetime. When Bravely Default 2 got announced, I had mixed feelings about what I saw from the trailer. Also, let's face it, the announcement trailer was really bad. But I had a feeling it'd be like a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 kind of situation, where the trailer makes it look whack and hella off-putting to me, but then I play it and absolutely love it. I have a lot to say about the story, most of which is criticism. So before getting too in-depth, I want to give my answer to the question, is the story of Bravely Default 2 good? In parts, yeah. Something I've liked about the series in general is its way of chapters, which reminds me of the Sly Cooper series, one of my childhood series. In Sly, there were several episodes, each of which has its own world, setting, plot, antagonist, and so on. It very much felt like you were tuning into a new episode of a Saturday morning cartoon, and while there was an overarching story, you could still generally follow things by hopping into new episodes when you could catch them, like their plots were connected.
So the story was good, you can end the video now. In parts.
But different enough that you didn't need to be completely up to speed.
I'm gonna take a guess and assume that in parts means like chapters 2 and 3. It's not bad faith, we can work with this. Yeah, no, it's none of this is in bad faith, which is good. I'm guessing it means like certain chapters or sections of them are really nice, but he doesn't like the overall plot. That's my guess.
Speed. This is how the plot of Bravely Default 2 felt, where it's like each chapter is telling its own story with its own antagonist, and frankly, yeah, I love that. It's also a great format then for streamers like me when viewers want to tune in and see the plot, and maybe they missed the last stream and are like, oh no, what did I miss? And the answer could be, we got the water crystal, now we're starting this new chapter, and then bam, they're up to speed enough. I feel like when you do this format of having multiple disconnected stories being told on their own, it can be difficult to strike the right balance of still telling an overarching plot, while still telling these little individual plots with enough emphasis, if that makes sense. Something that, in my script from 5 years ago here, I say I think it did alright, but, you know, in reflecting in the past half a decade here, I'm not entirely sure that I feel that way anymore. But now comes a lot of my criticisms. A fair warning, once again, I'll be going into details about the full plot, so if you don't want to be spoiled, like, I don't know, bye, I guess. I personally don't think it's one of those plots that could be ruined by getting spoiled, but that's for you to decide on your own. And once again, this is all
No,
my
that's
own
fair. I think there's an argument.
Let's
for
start
that.
with the four
honestly.
heroes of light. The previous two games have had colorful and charming casts who you grow to love throughout the journey.
Oh no.
Does Bravely Default 2 have this?
Yes.
Well, sort of. Every
Elvis.
player I've talked to has agreed that Elvis and Adele are great, which, yeah, I'd stand by. Elvis has this nonchalant charm about him.
Not everybody has to be a quirky chungus.
Don't sweat the details. Everything
BD1
will work
did the same
itself out
thing? Yep.
eventually. But he can also get fired up and stand up for what he knows is right, and isn't afraid to speak his mind when he feels a certain way. Sure, maybe it could anger who he's talking to, but don't sweat the details. He'll say what he feels needs to be said. Kind of like how I'm doing right now with this game, which will probably anger a lot of people. Adele carries an air of mystery with her, along with healthy doses of smug sarcasm and genuinely wanting to protect those around her, even if it puts her at risk. But I never really found myself caring about Gloria or Seth, and even when it comes to all four characters, we never actually see any real character development. You don't need your characters to change to tell a good story.
I almost
but
paused.
It's not standard for the Bravely series.
That doesn't mean it's bad. You almost had it. The Bravely Default 2 cast is static. They are mature. They're grown up. They're much more grown up than the Lux and Dark heroes. And that means that they have much more subdued arcs as people. With Gloria, it's more about her ability to let go of duty and realize she's more than just a tool to be used to save the world. She has to realize that she's her own person. And it's a very small thing. It's not a massive, eye-opening life experience like Adia, who is going through and realizing that her worldview of viewing things in black and white is entirely wrong, and that she needs to start seeing shades of gray. It's very different because she's growing up. All of these guys are a bit older. Elvis is fucking 35. I know Adele is like 100 years old or whatever, but these are older characters. So they have already matured to a degree. They don't need to have the same kinds of character arcs as the younger heroes because they're grown up. They have much more, again, subdued arcs. Gloria's scene about saying she didn't listen to the waves and couldn't have been a good ruler without listening, I think was pretty cool. That is one of my favorite quests. Yes, the Gloria and Seth date on the beach is a very, very good quest. BD2 is not a coming-of-age story in the same way Bravely Second and Default is, for sure. Exactly, that's a really good way of putting it, Jaders. I think BD2 is like the inverse of the BD cast. The cast doesn't change much, but the asterisk holders become very different people through the side quest. Yes, it's the difference between having static or dynamic protagonists. In Lux and Dark games, you have, in BD1, you have dynamic characters where the characters change. They do affect the world around them, but the world and the things that they experience affects them a little bit more. BD2 is a static cast where everybody is pretty much committed to their personality and their own beliefs, and they change the world around them. Going to each nation, they change the people. They get Annie Hell to come over to their side. They save Roddy and Lily. They get Galahad back. They manage to convince the entirety of Rheimdall that the fairy hunts are wrong. Though that is how they dynamically change the world around them. So that's the two ways that stories can act. Is either you have a static protagonist that changes the world around them, or you have a dynamic protagonist that the world changes them. As it's just, in this case, the BD2 cast is a static cast for the most part. It's not that they are completely bereft of any arc whatsoever. It's just that it's much lesser because they change the world more than it changes them for the most part. Anyway.
Tiz gained the courage to...
Meanwhile, like, nobody who fight BD really changes because half of them die. BD is weird because it's not like they change per se, but you get to know them better as you progress. So that's like where the arc of the world comes from. But yeah, like all of the assholes in the outside world don't stop being assholes for the most part in BD1. It's because you see so many assholes, that's what shapes the worldview of everybody in the party.
To help steer the party in the right direction, questioning the party's actions and words of Aerie after the events of the game and words of Ring-a-Bell, and came to accept what had happened to him and that maybe his life wasn't truly his own. Agnes learned that, maybe you shouldn't blindly follow every word of a fairy you happened to meet after she dragged herself out of the Death Star laser that just touched itself down on a village, and that maybe the right answer isn't always the obvious one.
Yep.
Ring-a-Bell recovered from amnesia and grew to accept that he had failed his role in another world, and had obligations to fill both here and elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Adia learned that maybe she shouldn't have jumped on the bandwagon so early against her family, and to own up to the accountability of her actions.
That too.
Magnolia grew to consider that she has her own obligations outside of her duty, and ends off her story sticking with the one she cared about instead of going back to her home. Alright, I know that one is a bit of a stretch.
Okay, thank you for mentioning that. I was just about to pause it, but yeah, Magnolia's arc was very much neutered, which is unfortunate because I like Magnolia a lot.
And you began to realize that maybe the Crystal Guard he helped support wasn't so pure after all. That just following orders as a soldier in the Three Cavaliers wasn't the end-all be-all solution to making the world a better
Magnolia
place.
grew little bit. It was very much nerfed.
That its dark past couldn't just be ignored and pushed aside, but rather that the key was to work together with those who were harmed by the Orthodoxy's evil actions of the past in order to make a better future. Some characters have massive developments such as you. Others, maybe something much lesser like Magnolia, but the fact remains that as these stories went on, we'd see these characters change in some way. It's what Bravely plots up to this point have done. Seth never changes. That's what his character is. A generic protagonist that has next to no personality of his own, I guess so the player can imagine themselves as the character. Anytime the other characters say anything about Seth, it's literally just generic descriptions or comments Bravely plots up to this point have done.
Okay, again, I want to stipulate that just because that's what was done before doesn't necessarily mean it's what has to be done in the next century.
Seth never changes.
Just because Octopath 1 and 2 had 8 people in combat doesn't mean that we also have to have only have 4 people in combat. Doesn't mean that in 0 we should have only had 4 people. Like, you can change things between entries. That's how you drag people in. If you make the same fucking game 20 times, it's going to be boring eventually. You can change things, and that includes story and characters and how you present them.
That's what his character is. A generic protagonist that has never changes. That's what his character is.
Yes, he is static. Seth is extraordinarily static because there was that video essay I did a response to, and I still like half agree with it, that Seth is the embodiment of bravery. He is a straight arrow he is a spear that is like piercing through all the wrongdoings of the world and leading the party to success, essentially. I don't agree with the Seth no personality complaint, but I don't know how to argue against it. It's because the problem with that is I'm not saying this as like a thing against you, Aiden. It's not that Seth doesn't have a personality, it's that he doesn't have a character arc. That's the difference. Seth has a personality. It's Yar-har, pirates, and he's brave, and he's a courageous leader, and he's a good person. It's very generic, but that is his personality. He doesn't grow, in a sense. He is strong, brave, and forward, and he keeps going that way for the whole game.
A generic protagonist that has next to no personality of his own, I guess so the player can imagine themselves as the character. Anytime the other...
Okay. I don't know if I want to go on this rant or not. Does anybody remember recently on Twitter, like maybe a couple months ago, this is a stupid thing to bring up on Twitter, where people were talking about how when they read first-person books, some people don't have revealed that they don't like reading first-person books because the things happening in the book as they're described in first person aren't what I would do. Twitter, Lamau. I know. Like and that was like mind-boggling to me because I had never ever assumed that a story told in first person to me was meant to be I'm inserting myself into the shoes of John character, and when John character smites Malfagor, that's supposed to be me. I never thought of it that way, but there are apparently people that interpret a first person directed narrative as I am supposed to be the I. But it's unbelievable because I wouldn't do those things, so I don't read that type of book. I wonder if that is ever the case. I think with Seth, it's not necessarily that. I think I'm like really getting off topic here because with Seth, he's just as much as a self-insert as Titus in FF10, not much at all. I think the big thing Malfagor mentioned in the big 26. I think I'm getting off topic because like I think the reason people assume that Seth is automatically just a player stand-in is because of the whole name thing. Because you can name him at the start of the game, and because he's very plain, he comes across as a player avatar. And I don't like fault people for thinking that. But he is still just a character at the end of the day.
Their characters say anything about Seth.
I don't know why
just generic description.
The choice to allow you to name him is fascinating. Outside of just like the islands and the connectivity. I'm still convinced that canonically Seth's name is the name player gives to Seth and not the player's name. Yeah. I think that you can name Seth throws people off. Yeah. My media illiteracy for Twitter is mostly the image and sarcasm. Because they've got the user's chosen hero name chosen by the player in the exploration logs.
Descriptions are compliments that can fit pretty much any protagonist ever.
Yeah.
Also, can I just say, get a load of this simp swearing his life to this girl he met 10 minutes ago. He undergoes no change, just stays as your generic nameless protagonist throughout the story. Hero. Gloria feels obligated to fulfill her role as the princess of the fallen kingdom of Musa, and that's basically all she is throughout the story. There could have been some development here for her to find the importance of her individuality and come.
I'm going to relax because there is a chance that he may not have played the side quest where you go to the beach. There is a chance. I'm going to pretend that he didn't play that side quest. If I am proven otherwise, we may have some crashing out to do. Her individuality being questioned. Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to think about it. I'm really trying not to think about it, guys. I'm really trying.
Come to terms with her being Gloria first and Princess of Musa second, finally accepting that she shouldn't throw away her own chances at happiness for the sake of a kingdom which no longer exists. Terms with her
I'm just going to rewind it, make sure that
basically all she is throughout the story. There could have been some development here for her to find the importance of her individuality and come to terms with her being Gloria first and Princess of Musa second, finally accepting that she shouldn't throw away her own chances at happiness for the sake of a kingdom which no longer exists, to move on from the past and pursue her own best life. But instead, all we really see is her just continuing to do what she believes is the most befitting of her role towards a kingdom that doesn't even exist anymore. I really wanted to see her character be something more than the princess of a fallen kingdom. Elvis was, well, Elvis. And one may initially argue that Adele grew to see that not all humans are evil after all, but this isn't really the case. She grew to trust her friends more, I guess, sure, but she never hated humans. Probably missing some context here. On Bravely Default 2, Adele's a fairy. The story talks about how she would listen to the stories her sister would tell of humans, and talk about them highly and with fascination, and Adele would share the same feelings. She was never reluctant to leave her home and meet these so-called evil creatures. She believed her sister that there was good in them from the start. She was never reluctant to join Elvis and the rest of the crew. Adele never grew to believe that not all humans are evil. She already believed this before the game even started. So, in a series about having a handful of main characters that all develop in their own unique ways, the latest entry in this series features.
No. Yes, they did something again. I'm just repeating myself at this point. They did something different. They went with static heroes instead of dynamic. We're only halfway through this. God damn.
Basically no development for anyone. It's very strange by Bravely standards. As for actual direct parts in the plot,
having to sit here and keep holding Bravely to like the standards of its predecessors. Why are we doing that? 2 was like very, I know like I clinged on to the idea that it was going to be BD3 for like the longest time because we had no reason to suspect they were going to do a Final Fantasy way. But they told us over and over again that this was going to be just like a new world, new characters, new everything. I don't know.
Let's start out with Sir Explone. Sir Sloan is one of the first characters we meet in the story, serving Gloria in her journey to reclaim the crystals. By the end of the prologue, we meet Adam, the initial main antagonist of the game, who steals the wind crystal and fights Sloan while the party escapes. And then Sloan explodes. But Explone's death doesn't carry any meaning for 2 key reasons.
Okay,
the first reason is we haven't been given enough time with this character to actually care about his death.
Fuck off. No way. No way you don't care about the goat. He carries you through the whole prologue.
The game and provide a little backstory. Then he's just gone. The second, and I'd argue more important reason, is that his death doesn't actually do anything for the heroes. His sacrifice had absolutely no benefit. He explodes, Adam emerges with literally not a single scratch anywhere on his body, and then
he bought them time to escape because he blew up the fucking mountain passage. Are you watching the cutscene that you just put into the video?
He's like, I'm not going to pursue. We got what we came for. Let's just head back and make a sick airship now. What should have happened was him emerging from the explosion visibly injured and saying something along the lines of, I'd pursue. But I can't with the injuries that old man gave me.
Oh, no. Just stop. Stop. The whole point is to establish Adam as a massive threat.
You may run free for now. The next phase of our plan begins now. Have Explone's death be the reason the heroes get away and Adam can't pursue. But instead, we see Sloan explode and do 0 visible damage to Adam, and Adam is saying, not really feeling up to it anymore, and then choosing not to pursue. Sure, but she never hated humans. Probably missing some context here. On Bravely Default 2, Adele's a fairy. The story talks about how she would listen to the stories her sister would tell of humans, and talk about them highly and with fascination, and Adele would share the same feelings.
See the entire fucking mountain pass they were just on got exploded? That's why he's not following! The airship isn't operational at this point. Don't...
More, and then choosing not to pursue. Explode could have literally turned around to run and meet up with the heroes again, and it would have seemingly made no difference.
No.
So, we have the sacrifice of a character we barely know by this point, and his death doesn't even do anything for the cast. A character death like this should be the thing that saves the cast in their most dire times, feeling like without their sacrifice this story would have had a premature end, and it should have had an emotional impact by having built up a believable relationship with this character, and seemingly no longer having the path ahead be clear without them. Unfortunately, however, Bravely Default 2 does none of these things. The only significance of it is really just, Sir Sloan has left the party. What about Adam, though? To me, he was the shovelware bargain bin version of the Kaiser Oblivion. In Bravely Second, the Kaiser started out as the initial main antagonist, and initially he seems like some generic faceless baddie who just wants to destroy the world because, screw it, we need a plot somehow. But as the story goes on, it becomes clear he's not just evil for the sake of driving the plot forward. He's very much humanized and becomes another character you want to help save. Bit by bit, as the story goes on, we see more and more things that make him more human, and
No, the path
a great
isn't
and
rebuilt by an
important
NPC.
character. Believable seems like some generic faceless baddie who just wants to destroy the world because screw it, we need a plot somehow. But as the story goes on, it becomes clear he's not just evil for the sake of driving the plot
Oh,
forward.
someone says he
He's
rebuilds it.
very
Okay.
much humanized and becomes another character you want to help save. Bit by bit, as the story goes on, we see more and more things that make him more human, and a great and important character. Believable motivations? Absolutely. He was looked down upon by his family, and he was ashamed of the evils of his family line, and felt like it was some never-ending cycle nobody could stop, among several other evils he had witnessed firsthand. He lost his faith in his family and in humanity.
I was about to say, you being in the foreground, Kaiser in the background there looks fucking weird.
Hatred for the world. Connection to the main characters? Undeniable, as the older brother of you, our initial main antagonist, has a clear connection to the main cast when it's brought to light, and serves for increased reason to see him saved.
Exactly that, Aiden. And also, he literally got what he came for. Like, he says, we got what we came for. Time to go home and work on my funny ship. Like, that's all he gives a shit about. He just wants the crystal so he can build his airship. That's all he wants.
He still wants to do right by his younger brother he cares about, and it's you that's able to open the way to saving him. Redemption arc? Yes. Because of his connection to our main character, we see him open to change and other views, and in the end, we see him sacrifice himself to save the world he once tried to destroy. In Bravely Second, we have a villain who is very humanized with believable motivations, and a connection to the main characters and story who are able to open the way for him to develop as a character and redeem himself by the end. In Bravely Default 2, however, with Adam, does he have believable motivations? We don't actually see any of his motivations until just before fighting him, where he gives an over minute-long exposition sequence of telling rather than showing. And it's not even a believable humanizing.
You did not just say that after using the fucking crypt scene. I actually felt myself getting a headache on that swap over. You did not just use the crypt scene and then complain about Adam getting a minute-long tell not show scene.
Motivation that has us sympathize with the villain. As Adele says, Adam is essentially starting war in order to start more war. Adam sees how people fight amongst themselves, so he figures he'll fight all of them so he can rule over them. Okay, I guess.
Which is explained by the old man that's in Holograd about the whole colonies thing, yada yada yada. Wonder how he feels about Vampire Castle.
Does he have any connection to the main cast? No. Does he have any second thoughts or a redemption arc? After defeating him and his evil partner Edna takes off, he says, "Events are now likely to unfold as Edna intends." He passes you the wind crystal and says, "You must stop her." Wait, rewind a little bit here. From the beginning of the game up until just under a minute ago, Adam and Edna were villains working with one another. But now, the moment you defeat Adam and Edna's like, "Well, I'm gonna go fly off and be evil," Adam is suddenly...
If you're going to compare Adam and the Kaiser, you need to do deeper... you need to look more at it than this. If you're going to draw the similarities to the two, you need to be drawing them between both. Because Anne literally does the same fucking thing to the Kaiser. Literally the same thing. Adam's suspicions of Edna were for the whole game. Yeah, like we see little notes where he's like kind of suspicious of her, but he's bewitched by her as well.
Like, "You must stop her from doing her evil stuff." It's like, why didn't you then? Why?
That's one of the lines that I think is sorely underappreciated because I think it's funny. When you beat Adam, he realizes he's been backstabbed. And so now, as his last act, he saves Seth, gives him the crystal, and he's not like, it's up to you now. I was full. He is still remaining as the commander of Holograd, going, you small child, you must be the one to stop her. I order you to do this. That's what Adam's doing. He's ordering Seth to save the world. He's not doing it because he wants to save the world or he gives a shit. He is ordering somebody to do it, and it's completely in character for him. That's what makes it so funny after you beat him. And then he dies laughing maniacally as his airship plummets in the ground. Edna is like Anne in this case. It's exactly the same. I like that Adam is like, I could beat up the Nexus, and he probably could because his mind strikes hard. Yeah, and he's justified in believing that because he killed Gwydion. He killed Gwydion. Despite the fact that Gwydion was dying and very old. He killed a fucking dragon. There's not a lot of people who can say that in the Bravely universe. So I can't really blame him for thinking he could beat up the Knight's Nexus, because he has literally beaten the strongest entity in Excellent. He only lacks the power of friendship and magic stones. He has one magic stone. He has to get the other 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Boom!
Why were you working by her side until a minute ago if you never wanted her to succeed? It makes zero sense.
This is, like, not paying attention.
He has no reason to want Edna stopped.
As much as I meant,
in fact, the whole story up to this point has pointed towards them striving for the same collective goal, since they were working side by side. So towards them reason to want Edna stopped. In fact, the whole story up to this point has pointed towards them striving for the same collective goal.
No, it's not. It's into thinking it's Edna making Adam think they're working towards the same goal, just like Anne, it makes Kaiser think they're working towards the same goal. But the fairies have an underlying plan to subvert and steal from their master and ruin their plan in the process. Edna fucks up the wind crystal, drains its energy, and it turns off the airship and causes it to explode, which ruins Adam's plan. Anne fucks with the space-time compass and sends the Kaiser into the far future to Praying Barrage to fuck with him. Yeah, Adam works by being very straightforward for a villain. We had 2 leader ones trying to appear to be better than they truly are. Yeah, media literacy is dead.
Since they were working side by side. So Adam should actually have reason to want you to not stop Edna. So once again, as a recap of what made the Kaiser oblivious,
Adam doesn't want to resurrect the Knight's Nexus. He knows of it, and he is willing to kill it if it gets resurrected. He doesn't care, because he says, then I'll just have another one to crush under my boot. Or something like that, he says. The way you're pronouncing Anna's name is throwing me off. That's how they say it in the game. I know it's Anne, but they say Anna in Bravely Second.
Oh, great. Having believable and humanizing motivations, having a connection to the main characters and plot, and having a redemption arc. Adam's motivations are that of a cookie-cutter big bad who exists purely to drive the...
Rewind it a couple seconds, because he says it like right
motivations
here. It means that there will simply be another for me to crush beneath my boot. Like, that's what he says about the Knight's Nexus, because he thinks he can just kill it.
Having a connection to the main characters and plot, and having a redemption arc.
He doesn't need a redemption arc. He has like 2 seconds of tossing the crystal to Seth and ordering him to go save the world.
Motivations are that of a cookie-cutter big bad who exists purely to drive the plot forward somehow, which is only even revealed in a single long dialogue. He has no connection to the main cast, and his minute-long redemption arc directly conflicts with both his character and basic storytelling logic.
Okay, I know this is made 5 years after the script was written, but when the script was written, what was the time period between finishing the game and writing the script? Because the fall of Musa was orchestrated by Holograd, and it said multiple fucking times throughout the plot.
When it comes to the main antagonist force throughout most of the plot, Holograd, unfortunately, Bravely Default 2 never exactly makes him much of a threat. For comparison, let's hop back into the world of Bravely Second. The Kaiser Oblivion makes himself known as a threat about as soon as is possible in the story. The game literally opens with a battle against him. After he
Yeah.
kidnaps Agnes and gives our protagonist a call to action to go save her, for a brief time we have some breathing room. Our three heroes of Yu, John, and Nikolai begin their adventure as the Three Musketeers, and they venture out to rescue the Pope of the Orthodoxy they serve. But it doesn't take long for Jan to show his true allegiance to the Kaiser, turning his sword on Yu, and Nikolai seemingly losing his life, until to later be revealed to be alive, and having had allegiance to the Kaiser all along as well. We continue to see Jan and Nikolai stand in the path of our heroes throughout the journey, seemingly never knowing when we'll face them again, and also being characters with the same level of humanization as the Kaiser. It's not only this trio, but a great number of the bosses in this adventure are directly a part of the Kaiser's forces and acting to stop you. We sometimes see scenes of the villains discussing amongst themselves, and this usually has to do with giving some new upcoming boss orders to go stop our heroes. We'll be introduced to new characters in these scenes, and then soon after we see them one step ahead of us towards our next goals, standing in our way.
That looks clean as fuck.
The Kaiser's forces play an active part in trying to stop you. They're not just some antagonistic force we're working against but never see. Having your villains actually be involved in working against the heroes makes them feel like they actually matter in the story and do care about coming out on top, rather than being faceless baddies who you only confront in some final battle against them. Jan and Nikolai continue coming back at you over and over, and even the lesser bosses following the Kaiser each come back at least the second time and are given the opportunity to be humanized and redeemed. Now, let's look at Bravely Default 2's Holograd. We're introduced to Adam by him stealing the wind crystal at the end of the prologue, and then they're just never involved with the heroes ever again until the last couple chapters of the story.
I think the only thing you can do is just correct at this point. No. The first half of the game has you fighting the remnants of the people that either were given asterisks by Edna or were participated in the siege on Musa for the most of them. We see them talk amongst each other the same way he just praised the second antagonists. Yeah. The first half of the game is fighting like remnants of the Holograd siege on Musa, and then chapter 4 is where you begin fighting the actual like big dogs of Holograd. And then chapter 5 onwards is the end where you have to face off against the Knight's Nexus in its many forms because of altering fate.
We do have some scenes like Bravely Second where the villains talk amongst themselves.
It's a tree.
But these conversations they have aren't ever really about how they're going to stop us or stand in our way. It's just kind of talking
because it's not about us. It's not about us. They don't need to be concerned. It's literally not about us. That is a very main. I know that like I'm literally saying it. That's a very main character syndrome type of thing to say. Their plans shouldn't. I'm not saying they shouldn't account for the Heroes of Light if they start causing problems. But Adam has the crystal. He's planning on causing the civil situations very soon. He doesn't need to be fucking around trying to intentionally fuck with us. Right? Whereas when it comes to the Kaiser, he's literally moving from continent to continent, and we are actively chasing him, and he's aware of this because we keep reporting back with his with Jan and Nikolai and some of these other units. So there's a reason for him to send out people to deal with us. Also because we're in the middle of a continental distraction. Yeah.
About our progress and like we move forward with our plans. Oh, and also some other stuff which is literally never addressed ever again.
Do you
in
want
Bravely
to
Second,
elaborate
we
on
knew
that?
that these discussions between villains would dictate how the next chapter of the story would unfold, and reveal some of the faces we'd have stand in our way. In Bravely Default 2, we have zero reason to care about these lunchroom meetings that villains like to have and share with the player for some reason, because these scenes dictate nothing about the plot going forward until way later in the game. It's meaningless to the next chapter of the story. It doesn't serve to humanize these characters, It doesn't shed any light on any of the mysteries of the story, and also shoehorns in things that seem like they're going to play out some way, but then never do. So what purpose does it serve? As for villain involvement against us, the only time in the entire story any of Holograd's forces ever come after us is Adam in the prologue. After that, Chapter 1 goes by with nothing about Holograd. Chapter 2 goes by with nothing about Holograd. Chapter 3 goes by with... Wait, oh no, Holograd shows up at the very end and you have to fight.
Yeah, because you know what they're doing? They're enacting their fucking plans. That's the whole point. They're like, yeah, we stole the green crystal from those bozos. Let's just get to work on doing our world domination plan. We don't need to be fucking with these 4, 20-somethings and a 35-year-old. And one of the 20-somethings is like 100 and something, but we're not going to worry about that. They're busy with their world plan. They don't need to be screwing around with us intentionally. And then, when Chapter 4 hits, it's simultaneously divide and conquer, and they're not expecting us to show up to each place and knock the shit out of their commanders. Like, I don't even know what to say to that. I don't know. I don't know how
Fight some generic grunts. Adam's there too and gets to fight the super cool looking dragon who is one of the main characters of this chapter, but we don't actually get to be there. We just see these two main characters fighting like a mile away from us. We don't even get to be involved with these two in any way.
Why do you need to be involved in every fucking moment of the story? Why do you feel the need to be there? Things can happen. If things only move forward when the protagonist is there. I know I said earlier that like the protagonists are static in this game and they make the world dynamic. They change. But why do we need to be in every single spot where something's happening? If the world only moves, it's literally the argument against this is if a tree falls and there's no one around, does it make a sound? It's that argument is if something happens in the world of Bravely and we aren't there to see it, did it actually happen? The answer should be yes. The thing should still happen. The world should move forward and not require us to physically be there observing it in order for shit to actually occur. Other characters have lives that makes them feel more real and it makes the world feel more lived in because other people are doing things that aren't just dependent on waiting around and sitting on their ass for us to show up.
Because we're too busy fighting generic grunts over here. What made you think your main character should actually be involved?
You're fighting entire Holograd forces in one of the best sequences of the game.
Story. But finally, in this phase of the story, Holograd is finally on the offensive around the world. Does that mean they'll finally come after you and stand in your way?
No.
They never actually once come.
Because it's not about you. Their objective isn't to kill the Heroes of Light. Their objective is to capture and control every region in the world and unite them under the banner of Holograd. That is their plan. That is the point. That is what they are trying to do. They're not trying to fucking kill you. They have their plan and they're committing to it. They're actually staying and committing to it. They only fuck with you when you start poking them.
After you. You're the one that has to go around pursuing them and liberating parts of the world. Yes. What is this, Xenoblade Chronicles 3?
Why should they?
So, first of all, they never even come after you to try to stand in your way. And I'd argue, in my opinion, these liberation plots weren't even much good. Except for Halcyonia, with the antagonist of Lonsdale. It was honestly really cool to see such a down-to-earth villain who just wanted to see the best by both his people and his enemies, and he had some of my favorite character interactions in this game with the king. Savalon, meanwhile, we have an investigation plot with a villain I can't for the life of me remember the names or motivations of after she appeared like twice briefly in this whole section, and that's basically it.
I like Marla hot take.
In Wiswald, meanwhile, we have Thriller Knight over here who's come back from the dead with an undead army, who apparently came to turn the people of Wiswald into his undead forces.
Yeah.
We get there, and Wiswald is empty, presumably turned into an undead army. Apart from the shopkeeper who was apparently on the toilet at the time. But the thing is, we never once see this supposed undead army. There's a...
No, this is just not paying attention. I'm sorry. This is just not paying attention to the story. The plan was to turn them into an undead army. He never said that he did. We go there to stop him before he succeeds in doing it. And if you want to make the argument that maybe he should have turned some of them already, you could argue the undead in the dungeon are.
Dungeon before the boss where he faced off against, like,
No.
cats and skeleton horses and stuff, if I recall. But this undead army apparently created from the people of Wiswald, which put the city into a barren state. We never once see this.
He does have a few undead monsters in the cutscene. Yeah, but like those were the ones that he brought into the city to capture the people, right? Like he's just adding to his like undead army. So he would obviously have some units beforehand, but like he doesn't necessarily have already turned all of Wiswald into walking skeletons, right?
And then the moment we defeat Mr. Big Bad by ramming some holy twig up his ass, all of a sudden the people of Wiswald are just back. Like, there's some parts of this plot that just feel not at all fleshed out, and other parts...
It's not that it's not fleshed out, it's that you're not paying attention.
Feel like it was forgotten or neglected to do anything with it.
He specifically tells Elvis that he hasn't done it.
You spent this entire section of this chapter telling us what a threat this undead army was, and saying that's what all the people of Wiswald were...
he's telling you that it's a threat that he's going to turn them undead.
Turn into. But we never once see this come into play in the story. Why? Chekhov's gun. If you introduce something, you better use it. What was...
Stop hallucinating guns, then.
The point of spending this entire story section talking about an army we don't want to see. Oh, and speaking of this chapter, remember how I mentioned one interesting storytelling quality of a villain could be that they have some sort of connection with the heroes?
Oh, look, there's
Vigintio, I don't remember. I wrote this down in my script 5 years ago knowing how it was pronounced, but I don't remember how it's pronounced all these years later. Vigintio, whatever the hell, has a connection with Elvis by having been thwarted by Elvis's mentor in the past.
Yeah.
But we never actually hear about this until this chapter. It just comes out of nowhere. In Bravely Second with the Kaiser,
he goes on about Emma a couple of times.
We hear plenty about Yu's brother, and at Yu's guilt for feeling...
No. Kaiser is on Adam's level. You get to use one of the other lieutenants. Use an equivalency.
Like he was part of the reason his brother was driven away.
No.
We hear about him throughout the story, so when it's revealed who he is, it's like an oh shit kind of moment. It's him. With Vigintio, whatever the hell.
They didn't bring up Vigintio because they thought he was dead. Exactly, that too. That's not the game's fault or make it an insult to RPGs. Exactly. I remember hearing once about Yu's brother, and it's the one time it spoiled the twist. Exactly.
It's him. Actually, wait a second. Who is he?
Yeah, they thought he was fucking dead, and he came back as a wight because he participated in dark magics. So that's why they're surprised.
I don't even remember how to pronounce his name.
Hell, Roddy's surprised when he shows up invading the place.
Like, I guess we've seen him in some of these lunch meeting cutscenes, but who is he anyway? Oh, well, here's a bunch of cutscenes to sit through now to establish him as a character at the last minute instead of earlier in the plot. Okay, I guess. And finally, once the world is liberated, we finally begin our offensive against the army that's only been a threat to this world since the beginning of this chapter, and that's it.
Because they were building the fucking army.
Eventually, we make it to Holograd, the place the story has been kind of failing to implicate as the main antagonistic force of this adventure. And what happens here? We get into a building, and it immediately flies off. Goodbye, Holograd, for the rest of the game. The place the story has at least attempted to build up as the main antagonizing force up until this point. Yeah, we spend like 1 minute here. In Bravely Default, when the heroes get to a...
Yeah, and then it's like the best dungeon in the game. What was the text?
Yeah, we spend like 1 minute here.
You have to do this stuff.
In Bravely Default, when the heroes get to Eternia, it's a big moment.
Yeah.
There's tearful reunions between some characters and great turmoil with others. In Bravely Second, the heroes are always so close to being able to reach the Skyhold, but it's always just that one step ahead. Finally, they get to the point where they're able to board the Skyhold, and not one but two unexpected bosses still stands in their way before they can finally make it to the Kaiser.
Don't criticize the music.
Bravely Default and Second have a big build up to the home base of the initial main antagonizing force.
This will be unsafe.
And when you get there, it's a big deal. In Bravely Default 2 with Holograd, however, literally nothing big ever happens in Holograd. You get on the building airship, it takes off somewhere, and that's the last time you'll ever see Holograd in the story. Both Adam and Holograd in Bravely Default 2 feel like they were just copied from the Kaiser and his forces from Bravely Second,
They
except
are very
without
similar.
any of the qualities that made the Kaiser and his forces great.
I
And
will say
without
that he is
believable
lesser, but
antagonistic
it's-
forces who
you
were
really
involved
aren't
in
listening
stopping
to
the
the story.
heroes, seemingly always one step ahead, had connections to the heroes, were very humanized with their motivations, and had believable redemption arcs to close out their characters. But then, once we have Adam defeated,
Level
our
67 during airship. Oh shit, was he? Oh, that's high. Oh, that's really high level. Well, he was playing Beastmaster, remember, so he said he must have been doing a lot of extra farming to get those monsters. That is really high, though. 67 with the Beastmaster stats? Ooh.
next target is the fairy who misled
I
him.
think that she
Not
tried to copy
too
all the
dissimilar
previous
from
games.
another
Yeah, that's what it
Bravely
seemed
plot.
like.
Wait,
Okay. Ah, shit, I hit it again. Sorry. I know what keys I hit wrong. Okay, we're
So-
back here.
main villain is now Edna, Adele's sister.
Yes.
Now, this
Well,
is
not
finally a
really,
villain
but-
who has connections to the heroes in some way, and we've heard about throughout this adventure. By having a connection with the main
I'm not gonna say that she's not mentioned throughout the adventure. She's mentioned twice.
cast, it makes it way easier for a villain to be humanized, better understand their
so-
motivations, and potentially see them redeemed. Now she
don't need to
drives the
redeem
plot
them.
forward by wanting to destroy humanity. Wait, why did Adam ever work with her then? Also, for wanting to
Ooh, can't show that. Nah, man. Nah. I'm gonna let this one sit for a minute. So he just didn't pay attention at all in the story. Yeah. Why did Kaiser work with Anne then? Literally, you can ask that exact same question because it's the exact same answer. Not like there was a scene where Adam said he killed her if he betrayed her in goals. Actually, why did Oblivion work with Anne? Why did? Because Anne specifically promised to help him, get the space-time compass to, like, change the world for his family. She wanted it so that she could remove the moon. She needed his help getting Diamante to help remove the moon. Yeah, because Sage Ilyana froze it in the diamond, right? So she needed his help, I guess, moving Diamante in place where it could access the Holy Pillar. That was the main thing that she needed. She needed to manipulate somebody into opening the Holy Pillar. That's it. She needed him to open the Holy Pillar because Holy Pillar with the space-time compass allows you to do time travel. She just needs the Holy Pillar part with Diamante to remove the moon. That's it. Yes. Right. I'm remembering now. It's been a while. This guy's obsession with humanizing villains is not needed for a story to be good. I know a lot of people want it to be, but it's really not necessary. Some people can just be evil. Adam wanted a flying airship. He's kind of cute, really. It's funny. He just wants to play with his toys.
to destroy humanity. Why? The game
Corruption.
talked about how she had a fascination with the outside world and wanted to meet humans and whatnot. Why does she suddenly want to destroy them all? Because the Knight's Nexus corrupted her. Oh yeah, to fill you in, the Knight's Nexus is our true big bad trying to do evil things on the
Do not even try to tell me that the Knight's Nexus has only shown up now.
world once it escapes from its seal that was held by the crystals. It was mentioned a couple times before this point, but it really didn't at all matter until this point in the story.
No, it massively mattered because the entire point of the journey for Gloria is to gain the crystals so she can seal the fucking Nexus. That's the point. It's not given explicit, like, description or a lot of explanation. You just need to know it is Calamity incarnate, and if we don't seal it, it's going to destroy the world. Okay, that's a good enough reason to go get the crystals back.
I honestly completely forgot what it was even called until I got to this point. But wait, why did it corrupt Edna? When? How? The game could have made some lame excuse like, the Nexus can only corrupt a fairy outside of Mag-Mel because reasons, and only ones who have doubts about humanity. And hey, maybe that could be another reason for their race to be holed away in the hidden sanctuary of Mag-Mel, instead of just them being pissy that some humans suck like the actual in-game excuses. You could say something like, Edna ventured out of her home to meet with and learn about the humans she had been so fascinated by, but the first group she met was a group of smugglers who tried to kidnap her. She escapes, but is now fearful and doubtful about what people are really like, if what she had read about had just been a lie, and with that, the growing power of the Nexus snuck its way into her heart. You could have just made an excuse of something lazy, quick and easy like the one I just laid out. But nope, the game never answers why she's evil, how the Nexus corrupted her, when the Nexus corrupted her, why the Nexus...
You just answered your own question. Why is she evil? Because the Nexus corrupted her. Yeah, the other parts don't get really established.
Corrupted her instead of literally any other person in this entire world. Rule of thumb when it comes to the story of this game, you want answers? You're not getting them. At least by doing a standard playthrough. I have had some tell me that things are explained if you dig into like every random book or side quest around the world or something like that, which can be a cool way to tuck away additional lore to be found, but only if your story is interesting enough at surface level to warrant doing that in the first place. It's not how you should explain the basic events of your story in a game like this. Anyway, Edna is finally confronted, and with the power of the crystals, the Nexus is sealed away again at the cost of Gloria's life. Roll credits. We got our first fake ending of the game. Reload save. The heroes recall what happened. I mean, not really me from 5 years ago, but decide to take a new path and venture out to Mag-Mel because maybe the fairies can help. And then from there, Edna's just gone. Never mentioned in another story cutscene again. She's...
I'm beginning to wonder... I'm saying this half jokingly, but also like very half seriously. I'm seriously beginning to wonder if there's a bug in Bravely Default 2 that doesn't play the cutscene of Edna getting frozen over in stone. I'm completely serious. I have heard this so many times that people, like, after you beat her and reload your save, nothing. She never appears again. No, you walk out of the room and she's fucking frozen into stone. I'm very, very curious if there's a bug that is, like, not showing this cutscene to people. What cutscene? You got that /J in just in time. My God.
Still mentioned here and there in a party chat, but for the sake of the story, she just stops existing. Why? It's like the moment you defeat her once and then reload an old save from before then, all of a sudden the characters stop caring about her at all.
People skip the cutscene.
Even her own sister no longer seems to care at all what happened to her. Even though that's like the reason she set out on this adventure, isn't it? It's literally never brought up in the story ever again. This game, man.
I am serious. I am curious if there is a bug that is stopping people from seeing it. Because, like, this is maybe like the 5th or 6th time, I'm not saying the other one, that I've heard this complaint that, like, Edna just falls out of the story. It's like, no, she doesn't. There's a cutscene that shows you what happens. Yeah, it might be anticlimactic and you might not like it, but it is an answer. To be fair, it doesn't elaborate too much further than that, so I can still understand what people say. Yeah, definitely. But, like, I'm getting the impression from this, like, he just isn't aware of that cutscene. And it's like, that's Edna's, she's gone. She turns to stone. Like, the Nexus consumes her and she turns into a statue. It's called skipping cutscenes.
Let's go over to Mag-Mel, where we meet Esmeralda, who tells us, hey, there's something you should probably see in the caves behind town. So you go to the caves behind town. And surprise, it's final boss time.
That's skipping a bit. that's skipping a little bit of story there.
The Knight's Nexus is just randomly here now because... reasons? Yes, when I'm told to go see something that should help me in my adventure in this one dungeon, I'd totally expect to randomly find the final boss at the end of...
Whoa! Okay, no, this is like some serious misinterpretation. Hold on, we're going back. Whoa.
This game, man. Let's go over to Meg Mel, where we meet Esmeralda, who tells us, hey, there's something you should probably see in the caves behind town. So you go to the caves behind town, and surprise, it's final boss time! The Knight's Nexus is just randomly here now because... reasons? Yes, when I'm told to go see something that should help me in my adventure in this one dungeon, I'd totally expect to randomly find the final boss at the end of the...
That is... that is a terrible explanation of chapter 6. That is... it's not bad faith, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody that I could tell was trying to give a bad faith argument. That sounds like something someone would tell. That's a terrible explanation of chapter 6. It completely neglects anything to do with the fairies. It completely neglects the Knight's Nexus backstory as explained by Esmeralda. It entirely neglects the whole point that we are told we can find a way to fight, we can find a fight with the Nexus within the depths of the Fount of Knowledge, because that's where they're going to release the seal. This, I admit, I'm a bit confused. I know the Furies lured the Nexus here, but I'm a bit confused how/where the Nexus goes at the end of the game, and also why it can only be defeated in the Isle of Nothingness and not in the Fount of Knowledge, but I think in Outer Oceans. Oh, the Isle of Nothingness is basically, from what I understand, it's where it's the place that the Knight's Nexus goes when it, like, respawns itself. So when we delete its memory, its shell is left on the island because it can't reload itself anymore, so we just go and finish off the shell. Like, that's kind of the interpretation that I have of it. The Nexus technically could appear anywhere, but mainly only has a reason to pop up in the Found Knowledge, steal the memories. Exactly, yeah. It wants to suck up memories. It would make sense it wants to be in there. It's like, let me in the fridge. I'm hungry. But that is, I'm not angry. I'm actually just kind of upset over that explanation. That is upsetting.
The dungeon. It's not even like a moment of surprise and shock, like, whoa, the final boss is here, where it's something that makes sense if you think about it, but it's still surprising all the same. Instead, it's just like, wait, the final boss is here? Why? I thought I came here for something to help our adventure.
You're really not paying attention. You must have been... Maybe you were reading chat or text message, or you looked away or grabbing a drink. You missed something. You absolutely missed something.
It subverts expectations in a way that's like, wait, what rational human being would have had the final boss randomly show up here with zero explanation? So you fight the Knight's Nexus. As part of the story, you fail, and the fairy race winds up sacrificing themselves to keep the Nexus sealed there.
Yes.
Wait, a sacrifice plot? Where have I heard about that already being done in a league's better way before? Could it have been Bravely Second?
What?
Bravely Default 2's sacrifice of the fairy race should be some sad emotional scene, but instead it has zero music, zero sound effects despite the screen clearly shaking to indicate rumbling. Like, seriously, did the sound designer just forget or something? Anyway, after saying a way too casual and empty feeling goodbye, we get fake end number 2 when Adele stays behind. And well, that's actually where my video essay script from over 5 years ago ends.
He is talking about the mob fairies. Why compare it to second? He's comparing it to Kaiser sacrificing himself to seal away Diamante in the future. I'm having a bigger issue with... I'm having the bigger issue with saying there's no emotional moment and completely neglecting Adele's farewell. Possibly the saddest moment in the entire game, arguably. And that is where he finished the script. What else do you have to say? You have 22 minutes of video left. Did you play Chapter 7?
That's not good. I remember not finishing writing it because I never actually got production of the video off the ground. So unfortunately, the remainder of this review is going to be left up to what made such a strong impression on me that I still remember it clearly to this day.
No.
So before we continue with talking about the story after those two fake endings, let's quickly backtrack to the first one, because there's more I want to say that it seems wasn't in my original script for some reason.
Oh, okay.
We defeat Edna, Gloria dies, fake ending, yada yada. You reload your save. It's implied in some way I don't remember that maybe you have to do something different. And so I rematch that boss, trying different things to try and figure out how I continue making my way forward. I couldn't figure it out, and eventually on a save reload, I just Googled it. Turns out the answer is you leave. You don't fight. This dungeon you just spent the past hour or two trekking all the way to the bottom of, yeah, just leave it.
Well, you have to beat Edna to get the New Game Plus so that you can get the save file to do the leave. Like, you still have to beat Edna. You don't just not fight Edna.
You start to walk away and the other characters are like, where are you going, Seth? Didn't we come all this way to fight Edna? And Seth is like, I don't know. I just have this funny feeling that this isn't the right option. And the other characters are like, all right, let's leave then. And you leave.
Because they have the memories of experiencing that fight and how they lost. Like,
you can't trigger this cutscene and move the story forward unless you've already come down to this point of the dungeon and presumably fought Edna once before.
Yes.
It's not like an RPG where the story branches in different directions based on what the player decides to do, like, say, Fallout New Vegas, for example.
No,
this is a very standard feeling RPG of move ever forward, trigger the next specific cutscene or battle, complete the exact requirements the game asks of you to advance to the next part of the linear story.
Load a save.
So, because of the type of game it is, the idea that you could just back out and that's what advances the story never even occurred to me.
Okay, fine.
I get that the Bravely games have always played with the fact that they are a video game in their storytelling, something I loved about Bravely Default and Second. I get that the idea here is that the players saw that defeating Edna didn't work. Now on reloading save, they have the knowledge of that outcome and can make the decision to back out and try something else.
Yes.
But in this type of game, where there are no branching paths, it's a completely linear story where you complete the objectives and unlock the next part of the story, the thought won't even occur to me that, oh, this dungeon I just spent the past hour or two trekking down, yeah, let's just leave it. Maybe there's something somewhere across the...
No, you have to fight the boss to trigger it because you have to witness the end of that timeline. You have to witness the end of the line, and then from there, knowing your future can allow you to change it.
World map. That's the real
That's what
way
I'm thinking
forward.
too, Coma.
Because why would you ever think that?
Same thing. Yeah.
So when I started leaving because that's what the internet told me to do.
You have to witness the end of the timeline, and then you backtrack. That's how it works. I think that's what it is too, and I think there's a confusion there.
Triggered a cutscene. I remember thinking, oh, really? The game made the argument, hey, you tried this, and it didn't work. You as the player now have knowledge that in-game characters don't have going into this. Do something different. Now have knowledge that in-game characters don't have.
On rewatching this, in-game characters do have an idea of what happens too. Okay, good.
Going into this. Do something different. And I interpreted that as fulfill some sort of condition in this boss fight the game's been building up to this point. I never would have guessed.
That's what I did when I first played through. I did a couple of attempts on Edna, and none of the rematches worked. So I just tried to leave, and that's what worked. That popped up way too quickly.
The solution is give up and leave. Alright, back to where we left off. reload save after the second fake ending. Like before, our party ends up deciding, you know what, maybe this isn't the right option, and leaves. Now we have to go to the grave of Explode, where a younger version of him shows up like some sort of force ghost that we need to defeat to obtain the Brave Bearer job, which, while strong, does not hold a candle to Beastmaster and its comfort animals. Ask me why we had to go do this or what comes next, and I couldn't tell you. Like I
Alright, let's keep going.
said, this is off of memory.
Smudge
Then we trek to the Forgotten Isle where the Knight's Nexus actually resides. What's the deal then with the Knight's Nexus randomly being at the bottom of the fairy village? I'm sure there's some story reason, but I couldn't tell you. Now, it's here that the game plays into it being a video game in a more on-the-nose way. The previous Bravely games did this in a really key moment of the plot. In Bravely Default, Ring-a-Bell came from a world that had already lost, and he's trying to not let the same happen here. And during the final climax, where the boss is literally eating worlds, essentially implied to be other players' save files to power up and use against you, and all manner of different worlds band together to lend you their strength and defeat the world-devouring serpent. It's a multiverse story that plays off of the unique fact that it is a video game. Everyone's got their own save file and unique adventure. Meanwhile, in Bravely Second, when the player returns and helps guide our heroes forward, the final boss starts speaking to the characters like, are your actions truly your own, or are they the decisions of someone else? Eventually, the final boss ends up speaking directly to you and says, I want to get a taste of your suffering, and navigates to the title screen. And no matter what buttons you press, every input will bring you one step closer to erasing all of your save data, before you steps in to slice away the menu and save you. Here, he, the other party members, and even the other characters you met throughout this journey realize that you've been the one helping guide the heroes forward. Thank you for being part of this journey with them, and express their renewed determination to save this world.
He's on the Isle of Nothingness, and creatures are running. You gotta be really high level for that shit to happen.
It's a really meta moment that truly brings you as a player in as an important character in the story. You're not a part of this story because you're this character you're controlling on the screen like almost every other video game that exists. You're a part of this story because you're the player who exists as the guiding hand to help the character see this journey through. Bravely Default and Bravely Second are some of my all-time favorite examples of storytelling in video games, because they use the medium of a video game in such a way that they tell a story that can only be told through a video game. You can't adapt this story into another format and still be able to tell the same story. It is truly a story only a video game can tell. Back to Bravely Default.
Nexus save file. I know. I was realizing that. Did you forget about it? I'm guessing.
2, where on the Isle of Nothingness.
Bravely Second's story is very good. The events of Bravely Second are good. It's just told really shittily.
And it's time for this game's meta moment where Default 2, where on the Isle of Nothingness. And it's time for this game's meta moment where it uses the fact that it's a video game. So what does it do? It occasionally blocks your path with like some boulders or something so you can't proceed. And a little text bubble appears saying, so-and-so showed up and cleared the debris. And the characters are like, what? That was weird. That's it. This happens several times, with the names showing up in the UI being different each time, implying that there are other players.
Waiter! My silver platter of lore, please.
Coming to help you forward and make it to the final boss.
Yes, I love my comfy chair in the vampire castle. It's where I read everything and have it told to me.
You never see this happen. It's just a little speech bubble. The characters never acknowledge that past that was weird, essentially, and it's never acknowledged for the rest of the game. That's this game's meta moment where it uses the fact that it's a video game. It's just so completely lame. One could argue the more meta moment is when you as the player realize there's going to be a bad ending here, so you turn around to go try to do something else. But the characters don't really acknowledge this. It's just a funny feeling that maybe this won't work. So I know we spent all this time.
They do get glimpses of what will occur by default if they proceed forward, but my point still stands that in a linear game, the natural conclusion to come to is proceed forward while changing what you do in some way to try and find the conditions to change. What? What? This might actually be the worst BD2 take of all time. I don't...
Characters never acknowledge that past that was weird, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's never acknowledged for the rest of the game. That's this game's meta moment where it uses the fact that it's a video game. It's just...
Yeah, do you acknowledge the fact that, like, they don't acknowledge that they're a video game? No, never mind. I'm not going to go into that, because, like, they do acknowledge
so
it too.
Completely lame. One could argue the more meta moment is when you as the player realize there's going to be a bad ending here, so you turn around to go try to do something else.
Yes.
But the characters don't really acknowledge this. It's just a funny feeling that maybe this won't work. So I know we spent all this time getting here, but
Okay.
hey, let's just leave. As is
Yeah,
with this story
there's a
formatting,
misunderstanding here.
what canonically happens is the heroes make it to the ruins of Gloria's kingdom and trek all the way to the bottom of this dungeon to fight Edna, and then decide, nah, let's not, and then leave.
Because they get a fucking vision of watching Gloria die if they go and fight Edna. That's the part you're leaving out.
So then they trek to the fairy village to get help from them, and after arriving they decide, nah, let's not, and then
Because they witnessed the memory fucking floating in the sky before them of showing what happens if they fight the Knight's Nexus.
leave. So then they go fight a Force Ghost to get a new job that they don't even ever have to use, and then go fight the final boss
Because they need all the fucking Astra so they can open and read the goddamn book so they can delete the save file that you forgot to mention that makes the Nexus vulnerable to dying.
elsewhere. It's just so weird. I get the argument is supposed to be that
The second ending vision is cryptic. A little bit more, yeah. But it is showing it that it's up on, like, all the other visions up on the walls of the fount. I shouldn't be so heated because, like, this was clearly written over years, but it's... You're making a big fucking video like this. Why couldn't you just, like, research or refresh yourself on, like, the cutscenes that happened? Like...
you as the player know, and you're the one making their decisions, so it's not weird. But again, it's a linear story. You proceed in a linear manner to trigger the next cutscene or story progression in a set way. It's not like a branching story where you can use your knowledge as the player in an interesting way to avoid decisions the characters don't yet know are mistakes. I just think the direction they took this game would work a lot better in a manner of
I
story
was going
that
to make a big video with strong argument. You should have researched it better. Yeah.
isn't this. Bravely Default and Second used the player as a real character in the story in a way that didn't involve the player having more knowledge than the characters on screen, but Bravely Default 2 did, and I feel like completely lost the plot. Then when it tries to do the more on-the-nose, this is a video game, there's other players that all belong to their own world, it just does it in the laziest way of, oh, somebody showed up to clear the debris, and the characters barely acknowledge it.
But there's also other things.
I've never
kinda
played
want an
Sly 4,
effortless format.
but in that game,
yeah,
I
know,
heard
but
they
I'm
were
not
slammed for
happy
time,
about
and at
it.
the end of the game, they had the option of either bring back all previously playable characters for the finale and make the final boss just QuickTime events.
Hey, that's what I
or
suggested
make
for the
an
DLC
actually
idea.
fleshed out final boss, but we don't bring back the previously playable characters. It's one or the other. They chose
That was my recommendation. Now, if you're gonna make a critique of any kind, make sure you got your facts straight, or people will tear you apart, like I'm doing. Yeah, like that was what I suggested in my if you haven't seen it, I did a video a few years ago on like how I would do a BD2 DLC, and that was like one of my suggestions for the true final boss fight is like have all the playable characters come back. Yeah, good. I like that we're on the same page there. That's good.
the former, bringing back all the characters you've played throughout the game, but making a garbage final boss that's just QuickTime events.
Okay, well, no. we
That's
don't
how
have to do
Bravely
that.
Default 2 feels here. Like they were slammed for time and went, oh crap, we need our meta multiverse different players thing because it's a Bravely game and we've got to do that. What do we do? I don't know, just put some debris in the way of the
I mean, the debris sections aren't like amazing, but again, there's other things signifying the meta moments.
player's way
not
and
just
say
that.
some jackass came to clear it. Bravely games have always used
If you're chasing away skeletons, you are severely overprepared for final boss.
the fact that they're a video game as a unique part of their story. It's just that Bravely Default 2 came from Temu. So we make it to the end of the
Temu. If you're gonna make a joke about it being Temu branded, get the site name correct, please.
Isle of Nothingness and face the Knight's Nexus.
Yep.
Do we have some sort of newfound power that allows us to win now that we didn't have before? Because
Friendship.
we faced the Knight's Nexus in the fairy village and lost. I needed all the fairies to sacrifice
Okay,
them.
so yeah, this section must have been written like literally. He's level 79 in that footage, yeah. So he just completely forgot about the fact that like we deleted the Nice Nexus save file, which is what renders it vulnerable. Okay.
Themselves to steal it away.
He
So
forgot.
what do we have this
There's
time
nothing
that
we can do
allows us
about
to
that.
win?
It's just
nothing.
going to be bad arguments in that regard because he just doesn't know.
As far as I remember, at least. And yet, we win this time anyway. I guess we got the Brave Bearer job in the wise words of Sir Explone, but you never even have to use that job. Just use Beastmaster anyway. And it's been over.
No, you use Brave Bearer because it's fucking cool and you can use the hypergravity to do damage and usually hits and does chunk damage. It's awesome.
Half a decade, so I don't remember, but maybe his words were just so dang wise that it really allowed us to break through and win. I don't know. And hey, that's the game. That's the story of Bravely Default 2, at a
Old wrong.
surface level at least. Truly, one
Not
of the
even
games
surface
of
level.
all time.
You fucked chapter 6 up
I've
so
heard
badly.
that this story is a lot better if you actually dig into it.
Yes.
Find all the lore you can around the world.
Yes.
But if the core story you experience by casually playing through isn't interesting enough on its own, I can't be bothered to care. If you have a really
Why? People love the Dark Souls universe, and those games have the most bare bones fucking stories imaginable. It's the lore of digging into item descriptions and armor pieces and talking to people that explains it. I'm not saying BD2 is Dark Souls good level good, but it's the same kind of deal here. You go hunting for the answers, you get answers.
meaningful story I truly enjoy, then yeah, having more depth to dig into can be an intriguing prospect. But if I need to dig into it to have the story make sense
Because you died.
But if I need to dig into it to have the story make sense at all, then I don't care about the story.
Well,
Like
don't play
Dark Souls,
then.
for example. Many people do care about the story, and that's fair enough. But I don't particularly, because it's not a game where I have any real
Okay.
understanding.
Fair enough. It's not your kind of story. Okay. You actually brought up the exact thing I wanted to say. Alright. Bloodborne is rough without the whole insight mechanic, in my opinion, which you needed to go out of your way to dive into.
Of the story as I play it. Though, at the same time, that's not the end of the world, because that game is actually fun, and is
Never mind.
enjoyable enough by gameplay alone. I'll play it anyway. Bravely Default 2, in my opinion, is not fun.
That's
Bravely Default 2 is an insult to its predecessors,
fine. No.
and to other highly customizable RPGs, by turning the whole game into the strategic equivalent of a toddler's block puzzle, where for every boss, if you use a specific setup or variant of what the devs expect, or use Beastmaster, then it's easy peasy.
I'm surprised that he didn't encounter GSS. I'm surprised that didn't come up once in this video. I'm genuinely shocked that GSS didn't come up. But I guess he gets Beastmaster before Thief, so he probably just used that.
But if you don't, it turns into one of the hardest turn-based RPGs I've ever played by far.
It
And I've
is tough.
played some hard turn-based RPGs.
It's tough.
So when the story itself is incredibly unclear and what feels like a major step down compared to the previous two titles, on top of that, it just feels like a waste of time. Before fully wrapping things up though, I realized my half a decade old script I just tacked this extension onto
Fuck.
didn't bring up a couple more things I wanted to mention. The cover art features Gloria, except it doesn't. Apparently the cover art is actually the Knight's
Why
Nexus.
do you know this? Why? Oh, fuck. Why do you know this fact? But you don't remember the night deleting the save file? Oh, God. Ah.
This was seemingly figured out by nobody until the developers just casually mentioned it in an interview, like, oh, by the way, that's not Gloria, that's a Knight's Nexus. Like, what?
Yeah, and it ties
Some
together
had
a
noticed
lot
her
of things.
eyes were a different color from the in-game Gloria,
Yes.
but I don't think the idea that this was the Knight's Nexus was even on anybody's radar. It's just one of those, wait, what? Really? Why? Kind of things.
Not why, it answers a lot.
I briefly
It
mentioned
makes
the
a
card
lot of
game that you can
sense.
play as you go across the world. It's been so many years that I genuinely cannot remember how this plays anymore. But what I do remember is that the card game is genuinely fun. So the game has that going for it.
Oh.
The
That's
art
good.
style. This worked on the
Uh-oh.
3DS with the limited resolution graphics. Seeing chibi 3D models on that console was not out of the ordinary. But now, doubling down on the art style for a full HD home console release, and I can't help but feel that the game just looks rather uncanny, or like some sort of cheap mobile exclusive gacha game. It worked with the limited hardware before,
Wait till you
but
see
now
brilliant
that limit
lights.
lifted, we're still doing the exact same thing.
Those
And
first
frankly, I
models
think
look
this game is
rough.
pretty hideous. Doesn't seem like I really mentioned Chapter 3. Yeah, that part of the story was good. Imagine the Salem witch
What did I
trials being
say?
conducted
What did I say? I said he was probably going to name like one of the earlier chapters, like 2 or 3.
as an excuse for evil head honchos to eliminate all their enemies. Except in this case, there actually is one witch within the town. That's essentially the premise. So that chapter was actually interesting and good.
No, that's a terrible description of it. Oh, fuck. Because you shouldn't have added in the last part, because the way that you word that implies that the witch equivalency is the actual bad in the town. Ah, that's a bad way to describe it. Just cut off that last bit. It would have been fine. Chapter 3 is actually a bit overrated, but I think it's good. People tend to go between... I know what I just did. People tend to lean between Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 as the best ones.
I remember
That's
thinking
fair.
Chapter 2 was alright, and the rest were just so forgettable, I just don't even remember them anymore.
Everyone
Though
brings up
this
Chapter 3.
is half a decade
Because
later.
it's
to be
just so,
fair.
like... It's
The
so
music
screwed up.
For this game, they brought Revo back on, who
Yep.
composed the original Bravely Default. The soundtrack
They've done remakes of OT and FF gotchas. Do you think they'll do that for Brilliant Lights too? No. I don't see it, sadly.
for this game may genuinely be one of the greatest video game soundtracks I've heard in a long time. But if you want me to put my
Yay!
money where my mouth is and play some of it so you can hear it for yourself in this
Oh.
video, too bad, I can't! Most of the music in this game is copyrighted. You let any of it play and your
I mean, most game music is copyrighted. It's just... To clarify, because I go through this a lot, Pony Canyon destroys monetizability of Bravely videos if I use anything from BD2. If it catches a single track from BD2, it will fucking annihilate monetization on the video. And I don't make videos solely for monetization because this is not my life. It's not my career. But it just, if it catches BD2 music, it's done for.
monetization is stricken down immediately, as it was for well over half of my Bravely Default 2 playthrough.
Yeah.
So the soundtrack is absolutely
Canyon's pretty
fantastic, but you
on
better
top of
not dare think about showcasing any of it in content you make.
Yeah, Jay,
I
there's no
absolutely
talking about.
despise it when publishers do this. Like, do you not want people to spread the word about your game?
It's not Square. It's the... Oh, fucking... Kill me. It's not Square. It's Pony Canyon. The music label.
Square Enix has had a bit of an
There's a reason I use other tracks in my job vids. Yeah. I think that potentially may be why there's a vast desert of BD2 remixes and covers on YouTube. Yeah.
iffy history with content creators sharing their more niche games. Like, don't even get me started on when the Live Alive remake of this game from the 90s released a few years ago, and they were straight up copyright striking channels who showcased the final chapter. Like, what? Worried about people spoiling the 30-year-old game?
If you even read the strike, you would know that it's from Pony Canyon. It's not from Square.
So, if a content creator is looking for JRPGs they can do a playthrough of on their channel, they are actively disincentivized to choose Bravely Default 2, because it's a game that will yoink all of your monetization for daring to have their soundtrack playing. Honestly, the soundtrack of this game is really good, and I would especially recommend searching up the boss battle themes on YouTube, but I will not play it for you myself in this video because I can't. Out of the
I just let the fucking company take the money. I don't care. If I want to use a BD2 track in my video, I'm gonna fucking use it. if this became my career, I would have to think more about decisions like that. I don't do this for money. I make videos to entertain you guys and because I want to make the video. If I'm going to use a BD2 track, I'm going to fucking use it. They can have the goddamn money. I don't care.
This world soundtrack, but one that
Doesn't matter.
disincentivizes content creators from sharing this game around. So screw you, Square Enix, or Revo, or whoever's decision making leads to that.
Pony Canyon.
Why would you not want people to share your game around? The soundtrack was so good, they used it to shoot themselves in the foot. Alright, let's wrap things up here.
Thank you.
When I first beat this game, I had mixed feelings on it.
Minutes.
I wasn't sure what to title this video essay back when I was writing this as a video essay script 5 years ago.
And you still fucked it up.
So the title this doc still has to this day is Why Bravely Default 2 was so good but so bad. I
don't think that's fitting for this video. You've mostly been bitching about it.
going to talk about this as a mixed bag. But as the past half a decade has gone by and I've
the
thought
revenue, it never took 100%. I might have to go back and double check. I don't remember if it's split or not. I can't recall. I'll have to go back and check on something. What was the split? I don't know. Jaders might remember more of me.
about this game more and more, the more I found
50-50?
myself gravitating to, wow, this game just sucks. Maybe that's a result of time passing. This game has become my go-to example of bad RPG gameplay design and story writing, and I have a long-winded discussion about this game once or twice every year on my streams. But I'm sure it's also a result of me going out of my way to play all manner of different games on this channel. To date, I've beaten over 250 different games over the past 8 years of this channel, so I get a really broad sense for what's out there in gaming. And now, for a game to stand out, it better be absolutely amazing. So I think if you play Bravely Default 2 as your once-in-a-blue moon JRPG, then maybe it looks mid or kinda meh alright. But nowadays, after exploring so much of the gaming industry in the time since playing this game, the more I think I've come
How
to realize—
long have you been in this boss fight, bro? What the fuck is this? Has he been in here for an intergalactic century? My god. Where's your MP? It's gone.
that game really sucked, didn't it? Let's give this game a rating. I like to rate games 1 to 5. 5 means it's a standout as a game. I'd recommend it to anybody who plays games. 4 means it's a standout within its genre or IP. I'd recommend it to anybody interested in the genre or IP. 3 means it's mid. It's not terrible.
That
but
is such a big fucking jump. It's why I don't usually do like scores out of 10 and shit in my videos. Because people don't know how to properly do scales like that. Everybody, I'm risking getting into like more talk outside of the gaming sphere than I should be. People don't know how to rate things because we were raised in school that anything lower than a 7 out of 10 is that you're a fucking failure and you should kill yourself and you're never going to get a job. That is not the case. 5 is the middle. 5 means average. 7 is not mid. 7 is good. 8 is great. 9 is amazing. 10 is perfect. We've mentally fucked ourselves for trying to like number rate things. Anyway,
it's not stand out in any way. I'd recommend it if you're already really into this IP or this genre of games, but keep in mind you can find a better experience elsewhere. 2 means it's bad. It's outclassed by even the average game in this IP or genre. I would recommend this to you only if this IP or genre is something you really love, in which case you can maybe find a way to still get a kick out of it. 1 means it's, in which case you can maybe—
I don't care if the game told you about it. It's bullshit that it's there in the first place. I'm reading the Twitch chat.
find a way to still get a kick out of it. 1 means it's so bad I wouldn't recommend this game to anybody. I don't think anybody should play this game.
I think he's going to recommend this to
Bravely Default 2, I'll give a 1.5. If you asked me—
you give us a 5-point scale and you're doing half points. Piss off. Just do a 10-point scale. That one is just a personal pedantic grievance. If you do a 5-point scale and you start cutting things into half points, round it up to 10. double everything. Just make it a fucking 10-point scale if you're gonna go for half points.
When I first freshly beat it 5 years ago and I had the idea in my mind it was a mixed bag, I probably would have given it a 3 on this scale. When I first started revisiting this script a couple months ago to make this video, I was fully planning on giving this game a 2. But as I went through and was reminded of everything I wrote 5 years ago, and adding my additional thoughts all these years later, the more and more I asked myself, who is this game for? Who would I even recommend it to? Who could possibly tell me some set of experiences and interests they have in gaming that would make me go, you know, it might not be for me, but I think you'd get a kick out of Bravely Default 2. That's something I have an extremely hard time picturing. And I also had to ask,
what should I call you? Guy that reads something then forgot it in the same fight?
what even are this game's redeeming qualities that make it worth seeking out? I would count the music, but I'd rather count any pros I'd give to a game's soundtrack as null and void if you copyright claim it to punish creators making content on your game. Chapter 3 was actually interesting and got us discussing and theorizing on stream. By far the most fun I had with the game. The card game you play around the world is pretty fun. I'm sure I'd be able to think of more things 5 years ago, but today, when thinking of redeeming qualities for this game, that's genuinely all I can think of. Meanwhile, what's working against it is the absolute nonsense of a story, the most half-assed turn tracker I've ever seen in a video game, which straight up essentially lies to you at times.
Fair.
A game that doesn't promote you making your own party composition in an interesting way like the previous games,
Nope,
because
it's a
many
puzzle
bosses have a pretty specific thing you've got to do against them if you want to stand any chance. Bosses that hard counter
No, I
you
forgot to
using the
mention
most
the music,
basic
I think.
gameplay mechanics. Ones that are so basic that, oh, just play around it, often isn't an option without completely changing your party composition, leaving you in an experience where you often have to majorly change your setup before every boss, which is tedious, annoying, and gives you the strategic depth of the frickin' matching the correct shape to the correct hole. A frustrating system that
Stop
you can just
using that.
ignore entirely by abusing comfort animals to break the game in two and turn your brain off. Something I at least felt incentivized to do because the game was too annoying otherwise.
No, fuck off. Fuck off. You do not get to sit here and say that you simultaneously find it annoying that the game wants you to change up and rearrange your party, and then also the game is so boring that I just want to turn my brain off. You don't get to do both. It's offering you the chance to do something to wake you the fuck up and change your party around and try to interact with the game more, but you're deciding, no, I'm not going to do that. So instead I'm bored. I'm just going to like no brain it. I'm going to set the game to auto. Go play a fucking auto battler then at this point. Go play Honkai Star Rail, set it to auto, put it on fast forward, get your loot for the week. If you don't want to think, I don't know. That one is like the culmination of like the whole video so far. Is like, you just don't want to think. I don't want to have to do any amount of work. The game should do all the legwork for me. When earlier he was making an argument about how games are work. Well, if games are work, then you get out what you put in. And clearly, just based on this, you did not put in a lot. You put in the bare minimum. So you got the bare minimum experience of this game. You didn't want to interact with the party system. You didn't want to interact with the arrangement of jobs. You didn't want to interact with trying different things out, different strategies to get around and beat these bosses. You didn't want to interact with the story. It seems you didn't interact with the side quests like at all, because a lot of things that you were raising points about are addressed. There's 2 goddamn side quests specifically devoted to giving Gloria like free time where she starts to really begin expressing her own individuality. That was the thing from earlier. You didn't reassess the script in any serious capacity or review any footage with that wasn't skimming, I would assume, because you completely missed the biggest meta moment of the game, where you delete a save file, which has a massive effect on this game. Just, you put in the bare minimum. You put in the bare minimum. And if this game was boring to you and you didn't enjoy it, so that's why you put in the only bare, I understand that. But I don't think it's a fair argument then to say, I think this game is an insult to RPGs when I barely put in the effort in the first place. Octopath 1, I fucking beat Galdera. I put in the goddamn effort for that game. I didn't do every single side quest, I'll admit, but I beat its super boss. And I gave it everything I could. And that game I still have issues with to this day. Missing the save file thing is massive, kind of embarrassing. A little bit, honestly. Like, normally I don't want to be that mean, but that is like a very pivotal moment in the story. That is like, you're looking for the meta moment. That was it. That was like the most explicit one. My words are failing me. It's been almost 4 hours of analyzing this.
Ugly as hell graphics, and a copyrighted soundtrack you better not think about including in your content. Plus many more things we discussed in this video, but that was all the big picture points. After considering all of that, part of me feels like it's disingenuous to even give it a 1.5 instead of a 1, because I don't think Chapter 3, or the card game, is good enough that I consider recommending this game to some people instead of nobody. But honestly, I'll keep myself from giving it a 1, just because Chapter 3 was a genuinely enjoyable story, and out of respect for myself 5 years ago freshly beating this game where I initially saw it as a mixed bag. But at the end of the day, don't play this game. Thanks for watching the video, and join us next time in this series where I'll probably find a way to get more fandoms pissed off at me.
Well, maybe the next time, hopefully you do a little bit more research before you spend an hour and a half yapping about it.
Take this throwing knife.
Oh, is this finally going to be where you
counts
beat
as
it? Yeah, it's physical damage. It's physical damage.
Take this throwing knife.
Physical attacks. You threw a physical damage at her.
That counts as a...
You threw a fucking knife at her. Like, that is the most literal interpretation of a counter name I could think of, is like, oh, physical attacks, that must mean only the attack button.
Hey, you okay?
Not getting out of this one. She's about to act again. You wipe
I
it.
am in your debt.
Yeah, there's a sandstorm.
I'm
Let us all
sorry.
down.
I had to do this.
SMH, everyone knows that throwing a knife at someone from range is a direct physical move. It is. It's literally physical, because it's not magical. That's the difference.
I can't with this game.
I know you can't. I know.
Thanks all who stopped by and hung out for this stream. I don't think I can take any more of this tonight, honestly. Like, I can't. So, thanks all who stopped by and hung out. I'm gonna go freaking throw my Switch out the window or something. See ya.
I still gotta watch this video. That check cannot be serious. No, that was definitely sarcastic. Various Day Life. Yeah, I remember hearing people talk about this video. I still need to finish that game. I like Various Day Life. Spoils the entire game? Oh, okay, then I'll hold off on watching it. Yeah, that was not great. There were points I agreed with, and I made it very clear. The guy in the video is way more positive than what... Yeah, I remember you saying that about the Various Daily video. Okay, about this. No, I need to see something that isn't anyhow. Okay. there are points that I agree with, as usual. Like, yeah, I definitely agree on like quality of life things and things not information not being properly listed of that nature. Yeah, just got here. What happened? Oh, skies! You just missed 4 hours of me rambling about an hour and a half video rant on BD2 being bad. Okay, cool, Aiden. Thank you though. Um, UI complaints were fine, and the missing quality. Yeah, those are fine. Those are totally valid. But it's again, I don't know why. I don't know how these particular arguments keep happening with the same people over and over again, where it's like they miss these key points of the story, but they're not paying attention. They won't engage with the swapping around of the party system. They fucking load the counter system and won't engage with it properly because they think they can just headbutt their way through it instead of gliding around it and using an alternative answer. Um, it's the same things every time we get down to it with one of these I don't want to say anti BD2 videos or discussions, but that's critiques of BD2. The dude's main points were hella subjective and just not paying attention. Yeah. And again, this is like where I hate where this pretends to be objective in nature. That this is like an objectively bad game in these elements, but then clearly not paying attention to aspects, not engaging with it, and just again giving. I think when I said at the end, the bare minimum thing, I think is like the fundamental issue I have with this is that it's clear you gave the bare minimum, and that's what you got out of the game. If you give it more, it gives you back more. I'm still trying to find where the insult to RPGs part is relevant. It's just a clickbaity title at that point. A lot of people just brute force RPGs to see the story. That's understandable, but I think that if you do that, you forfeit the right to argue about the gameplay. I think if you brute force it, like try to play the game in a way that's not intended and you're not enjoying it, I think that's your fault and you forfeit your right to complain about it in that sense. I don't think this was necessarily I think like trying to play against the counters was the brute forcing. I don't think that the entire way Harmonia approached the gameplay was brute forcing. More so, it's not that he thought he was brute forcing it. It's more that he wanted to play it like Bravely Default and Bravely Second, where the team customization is, as I said earlier, it's build your team your way. BD2 is here's a lot of options, and we're going to keep giving you new tools to try and solve each boss as they come along. I can't brute force it with my favorite team comp, so game bad. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I love BD2 so much. The reason, like, as much as I've gotten frustrated with this game at times, the reason I still consider it my favorite boss is because it is a game that no matter how many times I've played it, the bosses make me have to think. I really need to like plan out my turns. Stuff. Same with like Octopath. Octopath 2 and 0, like you really got to think out how many actions you can take, how many hits you can get in to break weaknesses. Do you have enough actions before the boss acts with its wipe move to break its shields? If not, set up defenses, set up heals, things like that. And BD2 makes me think a lot more than the Luxembourg entries. Yeah, I'm not happy with this one. If I just wish there was one critique that was like fully paid attention, fully. I just like caught myself in the middle. What the fuck was that? If there was just something that like had full clarity of the story, fully paid attention to what was going on, like I don't know. I don't know. I think I've said pretty much everything I have to say over the course of the stream. Sorry, Blue. I'm probably gonna be ending it here soon. I'm sorry that you just joined, but Yeah, I've said pretty much my piece on this, I think. I'm still not over him completely forgetting the save file thing and insisting the other stuff was the meta stuff. It is the meta stuff. It's just like crazy that he forgot like the actual big one. Or didn't like review enough to find that moment. Because that's like the pivotal key to killing the Nexus. That's the Excalibur, you know? No, it's fine, Red. I just feel bad. Yeah. Just a moment. Swap over this. Yeah, I like BD2. I love BD2. Favorite game. Thanks for stream, Red. Oh, no problem. It's been a while since I did anything, so I wanted to get something done at least, because it's been quite some time. Yeah, it's like 10:30 now. I've been doing this for literally 4 hours. So, sorry I keep missing others. No, you're fine. You're fine. I haven't done much at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have like a message for Harmonia if they happen to watch this or not. I don't know. I think everything I had to say was pretty much in the reaction itself. When I heard, it sounds like this video is just a way to get something out. I'm wrong, but it's a clickbait title. It's very similar to like the video I made about the worst BD2 take. There's a lot of the same arguments going on. It's a lot of the same arguments we see a lot for like people that don't enjoy BD2, but it's still not the worst Bravely Default video essay. There's one that's worse, and it's for Bravely Second actually, because that one analyzes things within a vacuum. It analyzes story points without considering things that have happened or things that are going to happen, and analyzes them like in the moment, and it's fucking infuriating. And even like me, the person that like, you know, critiques Bravely Second pretty often, was like getting pissed off with that video. That was like 3 hours. That's a long video. Night. Will the VOD be here? Yes, the VOD will be up. Thank you, Jaders. Could be just me though, it's rude to say that. Oh, you're fine. Again, don't harass the video maker at all. If I catch any of you, you will be perma-banned. I'm warning you now. I'm not like being nice about it. Do not fucking harass the person. If you want to leave your own comment after having seen it, the whole thing yourself, that's fine. Do not harass them whatsoever. I will not tolerate that. So. Yeah. I know you guys are good cookies usually, but I have to stress it because you never know. You never know. I will not tolerate that behavior. Hell, I'll just take another month off of making videos and not make anything. Who'll be message? Nah. I got pinged twice, what the fuck? And SCP. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I know I was just texting my phone and just like, yeah, that's the end of stream. Bye stream. Bye. yeah, I'm gonna try to get Simon 4 a.m. and you're ending already. Sorry, Aiden. You get to go to bed early tonight. Yeah. No, I'm gonna try to keep working on the Expedition 33 review. Actually do something with that. I don't know when I'm gonna play Elliot. I might actually just be late to that one, honestly. I mean, I'm already late to reviewing Octopath Zero, and I want to get that done soon, too. So there's that. But I do want to get Expedition 33 out, because that's way overdue. That video is so overdue. No one's gonna give a fuck. No one's gonna watch it. But I want to get it out, because I already spent way too much time working on it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you back the rest of Friday nights. Enjoy your weekend. I don't think I'll be streaming again this weekend. This was just a good test run after 2 months of like nothing. Elliot is fine to catch late. I've been hearing it's really good though. I have a friend in IRL who has been really excited about this because he doesn't like turn-based nearly as much. And he's like, oh, an action RPG from Team Asano. Their art style is great. I can't wait to play this. And he's loving it, apparently. So I'm very happy about that. Finish it. I know. All right. Well, that's going to be it for tonight, everybody. Little Gloria, I'm going to say bye to everybody. Wave. Wave. Gloria. There we go. Woo! No, she's fine. For now. You binged it in like 25 hours? Okay, so it's not as long as I thought it would be. Cool. Alright. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a good night.